Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask you to take a seat here in the room, and at
herzlich
the same
willkommen
time, I would like to warmly welcome you here
Friedrich Ebert.
in our facilities of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation here in Berlin, and to all those who are joining us online and on your screens distributed
Ganz besonders
in the Republic of Germany. I would like to extend a warm and special welcome to the members of the German Parliament and all the speakers and panelists and experts that will contribute throughout the day.
Gäste aus dem Ausland.
And then, of course, a warm welcome to our guests from abroad, Magdalena Andersson from Sweden, Benjamin Haddad from France, and Tanja Fajon from Slovenia. A warm welcome to all of you here in Berlin. A warm welcome to the Friedrich Ebert Foundation.
Ebenfalls begrüßen möchte ich die Vizepräsidentin.
And then again, I would like to warmly welcome the Vice Chairman of the European Commission, Katharina Barley. Welcome to you.
Und den Vorsitzenden der Sozialdemokraten.
And the Chairman of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, Lars Klingbeil.
Wir freuen uns über das rege Interesse.
We are delighted to see so many of you this morning that you have found the time to join us for our Tiergarten conference. As you may know, this is basically the flagship, the foreign policy flagship of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Once a year, we convene in order to speak about important security policy and foreign policy issues. And this year, again, this conference is a marker of the Zeitenwende, the turn of times, as it was already in last year, in 2022. Zeitenwende is an opportunity for a stronger Europe. This is the title for today. Just a few months ago, we met in the other house of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, 4 months after the war of aggression on Ukraine. And we have considered that with this turn of times, we can basically observe a beginning of a new era. Since then, a lot has happened, and of course, not everything has reordered properly, but we can observe that we have new lines of conflict on our geopolitical maps, and that we have those old crises and conflicts that re-arise and break up again and escalate. We are all concerned and deeply shocked by the horrible pictures that have reached us from Israel these days. And we, of course, deeply convict the terrorist attack of the Hamas on Israeli ground.
Aber auch andere Konfliktherde dieser Welt.
But, of course, all the other conflicts in the world, the different coup d'etat in the Sahel zone, the nearly conquering of Nagorno-Karabakh, Kosovo, and, of course, the war of aggression on Ukraine are deeply concerning all of us. On the past Tiergarten conference, Lars Klingbeil said, talking about Antonio Gramsci, that the old world has come to shambles and the new one is not reborn yet. And he gave us very important hints to really take a lesson or to make our learnings from the lessons learned and to look towards our multipolar world with those different centers that we have consider. And today we would like to talk about one of these centers that is very dear to our hearts, that is very important to us, and without which we could not imagine to have a stable ground in this new world. And this center, of course, is Europe. Last week, I read an article from Wolfgang Ischinger. He read a comment on the German newspaper Handelsblatt with the title, "Where is the strategy for the turning of times for the Zeitenwende?" And he says, and I quote, "We should basically start refounding Europe in order to respond to this historical challenge. And if we keep on working on the status quo, we will not achieve what we want to succeed. We need a new foundation of Europe, new founding of the European Union. Is this really possible? And does this turning of times, this seizure, really offer an opportunity in order to bring about a stronger Europe, a stronger European Union? And if so, what would be the role of such a new Europe in an increasingly multipolar world with all those different centers? And what would be the contribution of our country, Germany? What is clear? The dominance of foreign and security policy issues make investments in defense necessary. At the same time, we as Social Democrats and the foundation oriented towards the Social Democrats, without promoting the resilience of the democracy and the civil society already existing, and future conflicts will not be solved. So with many open questions, many issues that we would like to tackle and talk to you about, and make Europe stronger is the title. It's lingering above the whole conference, and will also be the title of the new opening panel. How will Germany and Europe contribute to security in Europe? What are the priorities that we need? And the keynote for this opening panel will be held by the chairman of the Social Democrat Party, Lars Klingbeil, and this will be the kick-off for the opening discussion, and we really look forward to it. So once again, welcome to you, Lars Klingbeil. And then, in continuation, we will dig deeper. We have three main axes. We would like to make Europe more safe and secure, but not only for self-being. We want to reach the objective to be more resilient, to safeguard our rule of law and our democracies, and not only the freedom of a few, and of course even less so of those who are always in power, but to assure freedom of all of the citizens of Europe and all people, because human dignity has to be placed in the center of attention. And this freedom of democracy is attacked on a daily basis by so many different actors, and therefore we really look forward to listening to Katharina Barley, the Vice President of the European Commission. She will open the second panel. So on a daily basis, we see how energy supply, how digitization, rare resources and supply chains make us more vulnerable in an economic sense, because in order to achieve security and sovereignty, this is something that we learned in the pandemic, and this is something that we learn now in the aggression in Ukraine. We also have to count in the economic strength, and then of course we have to look towards how the EU can safeguard its own economic strength, and how can we make this very important transformation possible, how can we make important investments, and how can Europe become more sovereign in the economic sense. And I'm really looking forward to Magdalena Andersson, who is the lead opposition in the Swedish parliament and former Finance Minister of Sweden, will share her reflections in the beginning of the third panel. Once again, warm welcome to you, Magdalena Andersson.
Und wie sollte schließlich die Zusammenarbeit in Europa?
And how can we achieve a better cooperation in Europe for a better defense policy? What is the role that Europe should play for peace and security in the world? And with this defense policy discussion, we would like to end our round of panels towards the afternoon, and keynote will be delivered by Niels Schmid, who is the parliamentary group spokesperson for foreign affairs. Dear Niels, thank you for being here, and give us your enriching thoughts.
Den Abschluss der Konferenz.
And then the closing will be held, like it is tradition, by our chairman of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, Martin Schulz. He will share his view on what the future looks like. He will give us an outlook what Europe can look towards to 1 year after the Zeitenwende. So welcome to you, dear Martin, our chairman of the foundation.
Sehr verehrte Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years ago, the Social Democratic Party started the European election campaign with a slogan saying, "Europe is the answer." Back then, a few people came up to me and they asked me, why did you come up with this slogan? So what is the answer? What is the response? And I think we can now rightly say that a strong and democratic Europe is one of the main cornerstones in order to be able to respond to this turning of times. In that sense, I wish us all a very interesting and fruitful discussion. Would like to invite Lars Klingbeil to the stage to share his thoughts.
Liebe Sabine, lieber Martin.
Dear Sabine, dear Martin, dear Katrina, Tanja, Magdalena, Benjamin, ladies and gentlemen, friends, thank you so much to the Friedrich Ebert Foundation to have organized this Tiergarten conference to this very important issue of how we can make Europe stronger. And I would like to seize the opportunity to talk about my view of a more progressive policy in Europe. More than a year ago, stood here on the stage marked by the brutal war of aggression on Ukraine that had just broken out. I was able to share a few thoughts with you about the turn of times and the start of a new foreign security policy area. This was just a few months after the outbreak of the war, and it was a response to the reordering of the world map. And back then I really talked about the fact that we will have to make Europe one of the most attractive centers in the world, where we don't have a multipolar world, but an open world to create those forge alliances. And I've talked about an increase in responsibility for Germany, where we're talking about Germany being a leading power. Different. Since the last Tiergarten conference, a lot has happened. Now, when we talk about Europe, I would like to talk about an issue that has a hard grip on us since last Saturday that shows us that the world has become a bit more insecure. Last Saturday has increased the uncertainty in the world and the brutal terror that we have had to witness in Israel. The brutal terror of Hamas has cast a shadow over us and has shocked us all. A brutal, quite repellent kind of terror. And those acts cannot be justified, and the right of existence of Israel cannot be relativated. Our thoughts, our reflections are with the victims, the state of Israel, its population, and I can talk on behalf of the Social Democratic Party and Germany as a whole. We are close to the state of Israel and will show our support in the coming weeks and months when it's all about dealing with those brutal acts of terror.
Gerade, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebe
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, now it's time of grief and solidarity, but of course we have to ask ourselves some political questions. I can tell you clearly it's all about the question what it really means when here in Berlin or in other cities in Germany we have people
akzeptieren.
cheering for what is happening. This is not something that we can support. We have to ask ourselves international and geopolitical questions. So who are those supporters of Hamas or Hezbollah? Who are those supporters? Who are those actors in the background? We need our answers that will hopefully come up in the next weeks and months. But I would like to underline once again now it's time for grief, for solidarity. And this is something that we want to cover here in the conference where we talk about Europe. Coming back to Europe, I would like to refer to the next conflict, the next war that has shocked Europe for 2 years. We have stood closely together here in Europe. We have grown closer together. We have first movements or signs of disengagement, although I hope that these are only due to the election campaign in Poland. NATO has become stronger. Finland is a new member. Sweden's accession is hopefully imminent, and Denmark has joined the European Defence Cooperation. And we have seen many heated debates here, also in Germany. We're talking about individual weapon systems, about the extent of German and European support for Ukraine. And I can tell you that I think it is good that we are engaged in these discussions and passionate discussions. It really is a turning point in time. Many things have to be reassessed. We have to ask ourselves what we can do better. And this is something that has to be done in these turning of time. But what I would like to tell you is that I would have liked to see that we can look back on what we have achieved here in Germany, in Europe, the path that we have pursued together, and what we've done in order to support Ukraine. A fact is that the EU is by far the largest supporter of Ukraine. If you add up the military and financial support, we contribute almost twice as much as the US. After the US, Germany is the second largest bilateral supporter, and the Ukraine regime very well knows it. They know they can rely on Germany. President Zelensky told me that in person when I visited Kiev together with Rolf Mützenich in March. He knows that Germany is one of the most reliable partners that they have, and they know they can count on us in the future. When we look towards the debate in the US, the electoral campaign, we know that there is a lot of uncertainty, and this is not something that we reflect here in Germany.
Wenn wir in die USA schauen, dann sage ich hier auch.
But when we look to the US, I also want to be very clear. It is correct that in Germany and Europe, we want to assume, or we're assuming more responsibility in that we plan our support in a more longer horizon. We need to be more independent in energy terms, and we need to be more independent generally because of that. So a year ago, I stood here at the Tiergarten conference of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and I said, we need to use this momentum in order to strengthen Europe. We need to stand for a Europe of security and solidarity and cohesion. If I stand here or want to draw a conclusion more than a year ago, then I need to say that the results have been mixed. I know that European policy is difficult. I know that it is difficult to find compromises in Brussels. I know that sometimes in the short term, national interests are deemed more important than European interests. And we as Europeans sometimes get lost in details, and that sometimes we lose sight of the bigger picture. And sometimes we can't agree at national level, so that we also are not able to stand for our position in Brussels with a unified voice, and all of that holds us back in Brussels. And numbers published by the International Monetary Fund made me think a lot, and it was about the European, the economic development of the US, the Europe, and China since 2008. In 2008, we as EU27 were the strongest economic area in the world with a GDP of 16 billion. And since 2008, we increased that to 17.3 trillion US dollar. But over the same period, the US managed to increase their GDP from 14.7 to 26.8 trillion US dollars. So they almost doubled that amount. And China from 4.6 to 18 trillion over the same period. So it tripled its GDP over the same period. So I, as a social democrat, of course, know that the GDP isn't everything, that it's also about the just allocation of prosperity, and that it is also that common goods and assets are also very important. And we in Europe fare much better in this regard than China or the US. But be that as it may, when we look at these figures, we still need to ask ourselves if we as the European Union live up to our potential. And I'm worried that we don't do that, that we don't make the right commitments, that we don't take the right steps, and that we're not courageous enough, especially during this kind of period of a Zeitenwende, that we're hesitating too much, and that this means that we don't strengthen Europe enough, that we don't increase our prosperity in order to make sure that people who live on this continent are faring better. The idea of the European Union is, of course, fantastic, and I realize that again and again when I take a step back from daily politics. 27 nation states that cooperated, that revolve around a single idea, that developed a common strength. And also the power of all of the citizens, and of the 450 million citizens. So, Katharina, you will, of course, also later on give a keynote speech, and I hope that we as Social Democrats have a new kind of passion for the idea of the European Union, that we leave behind what we didn't achieve, and that we as the 27 national states realize that it's in our deep national interest that we keep on promoting the European Union, and that's what it is all about. We need to strengthen the European Union, and that's the big task that we all need to achieve together.
In den 80er Jahren wuchsen schon.
In the 1980s, there were already hesitations with regard to, or doubts with regard to the economic power of the European community. Some member states, especially Great Britain, wanted less of Europe. We talked about Eurosclerosis, which was paralyzing the continent and the competition with the US and Japan. And in 1985, the Social Democrat Jacques Delors became the president of the Commission, and he presented a white book on the creation of an internal market. And he wanted to increase the economic power of the continent. He had a vision, he had a strategy. He knew how to get the trade unions and the employers on board. And thanks to initiative in 1993, the largest economic area of the world was created, the European internal market. And this is the basis, or has been the foundation, of our joint prosperity and also of the economic and monetary union that followed later on. And this kind of visionary thinking has changed Europe and has made Europe a lot stronger, and also made sure that people in Europe are living in prosperity. This year, we are celebrating 30 years of the European internal market, and there are some voices that are increasing who are saying that we need a Jacques Delors Plan 2.0. I don't think that these kind of, simplistic demands for much or more or less Europe probably not what will lead us to our goal, but I think that we need to have more debates on how we can achieve our task in Europe better. And Olaf Scholz in 2022, at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, said that the Zeitenwende should mean for Germany and all of the member states of the European Union that we shouldn't just ask what we can get from Europe, but that much more often we should ask what is the best decision for Europe. And in the long term, I'm convinced that these are also the best decisions for the individual member states. And so I hope that based on this spirit, we can continue working on this on the basis of the Zeitenwende, and that we don't lose sight of this in our day-to-day crisis management. Now, and I see this very strongly in these days in the European refugee politics. Since many years now, we now have the opportunity for a more solidary allocation of refugees, which Germany has been championing for a long time. We can now get past our disagreement when it comes to the European refugee policies. But if we don't manage to do this in the coming weeks with a joint refugee policy in Europe, then we might risk falling back into times of isolated borders. Not every nation state in Europe will be able to get what they think is 100% correct, but a refugee policy that is based on our values and that is also based on solidarity is, for me, the right path. Whether I can get my national interest for 100% or only 90%, but instead more European harmonization. If I am faced with these two decisions or these two options, that I would always choose the second one, and that's exactly what social democratic thinking is all about, dear friends. And we should strengthen Europe together. I'm convinced that in Europe we should invest more in public goods, in security, in a strengthening and deepening of the internal market and infrastructure, and in a resilient and sustainable energy supply. After 30 years of a successful internal market, we should now lay the foundations for the next generation of the internal market, for the next decade of prosperity and growth. And I would like to share a few thoughts on this. Something that is important for progressive European policy. In the spirit of Jacques Delors, I would like to put the focus on topics where we are able to achieve much more, and that is in security policy and defense policy. Now, let me exaggerate a little bit. Now, in security policy in Europe, there are no diverging interests. We all have a strong interest in a more secure Europe, whether France, Germany, Poland, Sweden, or Slovenia. We want a Europe that is able to defend its borders, a Europe that can secure peace. Of course, there are different ideas with regard to how you can achieve that. And of course, there are differences and of course also conflicts. And we can also agree that there is no Europe that can be secure in parts, but only as a whole. And security is therefore a joint public good or common good that no country will be able to achieve alone. It's something that we can only achieve together. And this is why we need a security union in the EU. And the war in Ukraine has shattered the European security order, and Russia's attack on Ukraine is also an attack on our European values and on our freedom. And the Ukraine is a part of Europe, and this is shown by the fact that the Ukraine is now an accession candidate, which is why in future Europe's security can't be thought without Ukraine, and we will continue to support Ukraine as long as necessary so that it can win this war. For many centuries, Europe was one of the bloodiest continents in the world. The foundation of the European community, therefore, was one of the most important achievements of the 20th century. The EU shows that cooperation can make us stronger, that it's better than confrontation and conflicts, that our democracy and rule of law can protect the freedom of our citizens, and that we also together can champion all of this together. And this is also why Europe is currently one of the most attractive centers of the world, a world which is currently in a state of upheaval, a world in which we as Europe need to make sure that our values continue to be strengthened, as well as also the international order. This also means that we need to continue to strengthen strategic partnerships, that we need to develop a new North-South politics, and that we also need to pay attention much more to the interests and perspectives of our partners in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. As I've said before, Germany is willing to assume more responsibility with regard to the security in Europe, and this also means that we need to increase the ability of defending itself of the European Union. Olaf Scholz, at the end of last year, launched the European Sky Shield initiative with 18 member states of the European Union, and in a short time this wants to build a joint European air defense. We will also use systems from Israel and the USA that are available on the market, and especially our partners in Eastern and Central Europe see their security threatened by Russia. And a central conclusion of the Zeitenwende is that we need to take the security interests of our partners a lot more seriously. And this is also why I think it is great that Olaf Scholz assumed the responsibility to come up with a fast solution. But I also know that not a lot of people, that not everyone agrees. When at the Munich Security Conference, I heard the French President Emmanuel Macron proposing his own proposal. He wants our own systems in Europe for our air defense instead of systems from Israel and the US. But I think it's good that Macron started this debate. Now we have different options and ideas on the table, and I think it is our task to combine these two ideas and to also make sure that we can ensure our security in Europe mid and long term. But in the long run, we need to be able to defend our own continent from our own power in the long term. But we can also see that while defense expenses have increased across all EU member states, we still aren't. It's still only less than 1/5 of all procurement in that sector were done jointly, so less than 1/5. So it can't be just that one law or the one demand or the one directive of the Commission that will change all of that. But I expect that the new Commission will make the security union of the European Union one of its focus in order to make sure that we will make great advances over the next few years. After all, it would only be possible if some countries forge ahead, such as, for instance, the German-French tandem. And it's good that we currently that France and Germany are currently talking about, for instance, the fighting tanks of the next generation and other kinds of weapon systems. And I think it's good that some hesitations were taken out of the German-French dialogue. But in order for this not to be an exception, it's good that we have the same competition standards. We also need to have more interoperability of systems, and we should exclude just pure national interests. So to make sure that Europe can be strong in a world that is in a state of upheaval, we need more joint answers. As German Social Democrats at the last Tiergarten conference, we expanded this dialogue. We talked with our sister parties in Northern, Eastern and Central Europe. We talked about the future of cooperation, the future of the European Union. And I myself, and I would like to thank the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, invited the heads of the parties to Warsaw in March, and we talked about how closer cooperation can look like in the fields of security policy, economic policy, but also with regard to a social democratic European policy. And we will continue this dialogue also here at this conference today. And I would like to thank my colleague Magdalena Andersson that she's come to Berlin today, and would also like to thank Tanja Fallon, my colleague from Slovenia. So thank you very much for taking part in this conference.
Wir sind uns als europäische Sozialdemokraten.
We as European Social Democrats agree that the expansion of the European Union needs to happen. We need, for instance, Ukraine, Moldova, but also the states of the Western Balkan, maybe also Georgia. This is an important step towards sustainable peace in Europe. And the reconstruction of a democratic and free Ukraine has a very central role in this regard. We want to show that the European project of peace is a lot stronger than the imperialist dreams of a Vladimir Putin and a revisionist Russia. And in my view, we can design or shape this expansion process a lot more flexible and create, so to say, interim steps. For instance, we can make sure that these candidates have access to the internal market before they full members. Of course, also it means closer cooperation with regard to climate and energy. We've seen how energy politics can be used as a weapon, and this is why we can also use all of this much more efficiently for also our fight against climate crisis. But this is only possible if both the EU but also the candidates are willing to exceed, and that also means that they implement reforms. A few weeks ago, we had a group of experts that handed in a final report and said that the European expansion is a geopolitical imperative, but without reforms, there can't be EU expansion. And I'm looking forward to the discussion with Daniela Schwarzer, who was part of this group, and I hope that we will be able to talk about the details of this in a European reform. Of course, Europe improves the lives of millions of people, whether they live in Germany, in Spain, or in Poland. As I said in the beginning, we are lagging behind when it comes to our international competitiveness. The economic centers of powers are moving more towards the US than to Asia, and I'm convinced that we need more economic political impetus in Europe. We need a new agenda for strengthening the internal market, and in order to fulfill or live up to our economic potential in Europe. Mario Draghi briefly had a very held a very impressive speech and talked about what kind of tasks Europe is facing. And I would like to recommend everyone to read this speech, but I only need to summarize that we don't have the right instruments in order to meet all of the changes. He says that we are confronted with many more external crises that affect all of the member states, for instance, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and the energy crisis. And that leads to the fact, contrary to the past, that we in the European Union don't just have to help one country or just a few countries, for instance, such as was the case during the financial crisis, but now these are shared responsibilities that affect us all to the same extent. During the pandemic, we found correct answers based on social democratic values. For instance, with the Fund Next Generation EU, we enabled investments in climate neutral and digital transformation, and also the employment insurance managed to stabilize the labor market and rescued or saved millions of jobs, but these instruments are only temporal, and we have no agreement with regard to how they will look like in the future and how their funding will be in the future. We can't just trust in the powers of the market in order to achieve our goals. A modern economic policy of today looks different. We need new interplay between the state and the market. We need state structures that direct the powers of the market in the direction of decarbonization and digitalization. The Inflation Reduction Act in the US creates billions of US dollars of investment in climate-neutral infrastructure and business models in the US. If we want to be globally competitive, we also need to do something similar. That doesn't just mean that we need to have more funds than similar programs, but we need to use the power of 27 national states of 450 million citizens of our continent. Now, a few more thoughts. We need to continue to champion the climate-neutral transformation of Europe and also develop the innovation of the climate transition. And one of the main foundations is the European Energy Union. The war in Ukraine shows how important an independent and secure energy supply is for our prosperity and our security everywhere in Europe. We have the goal to make Europe the most climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050, and that should be one of our main impetus for a coordinated European energy policy. This will only be possible if we have clean energy and electricity in all grids in Europe. And the idea of the European Union was born with the foundation of the European Community for Coal and Steel in 1952. Today, we also need a union of renewable energies, and I think this is an enormous potential. We need to have a great joint network of our European energy markets, our network, our grid infrastructure. There is also great potential for new business models here in Europe. Secondly, we need a European industrial policy in order to make sure that we are competitive in Europe in the future and to create jobs. We need to Europe's resilience and competitiveness can be strengthened by supporting highly innovative, transformative industries where we expect a lot of growth potential for the rest of our economy. For instance, green future technologies such as hydrogen, e-mobility or wind power technologies, but also critical components such as semiconductors and batteries. And we as Social Democrats made sure that the aid rules have been, or the subsidy rules have been loosened, and this was important in order to get more companies in the semiconductor and battery area to Germany. But that also means that we need to make sure that we don't have a fragmentation of the internal market. We need to make sure that all member states are able to make these investments in the future, and that also means that we need to have more leeway with regard to the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact, because the old rules don't fit the new realities. I could also imagine that there could be additional exceptions for national investments in joint European programs, and that would also mean additional initiatives, incentives for European actions. Third, for a European or a joint European industry policy, we also need to have the goal to have well-paid jobs everywhere in Europe. We need to make sure, or we have the responsibility, that this transformation doesn't mean that our societies is fractured into winners and losers. We need to therefore also need to expand the European minimum wage directive, and we also need to make sure that even in difficult times, jobs are safe. That also.
Bei all diesen Vorhaben, liebe Freunde, geht es natürlich auch Geld.
With all these new projects, of course, my friends, we're talking about money. And of course, whenever we talk about money, it doesn't take 5 minutes for the conservatives and libertarians to come in around the corner and complain that the socialists want to give away German tax money to Europe. Yet there are numerous studies that prove that investments in European public goods, such as security, infrastructure, and energy supply, will generate massive synergy effects and boost growth. The employer-affiliated Institute of of the German business, which is not exactly a social democratic apron organization, has compiled the added value that European responses to the outlined fields of action would have in economic terms. The expansion of the energy union could generate an additional 440 billion euros annually. The expansion of cross-border infrastructure and the harmonization of corporate taxes could generate up to 644 billion euros. The implementation of capital markets union and the continuation of SURE and Next Generation EU, an additional 320 billion euros per year. So Europe pays off. Focusing on the key common European tasks can and will boost growth and unleash innovation. The bulk of the transformation will, and I'm sure, will come from private investment. But the European capital market is still far too fragmented. Instead of investing in Europe and dealing with numerous national rules, more and more private investors are moving to the US or to Asia. To make it more attractive and easier to invest into Europe, we have to finally complete the capital markets union. But it also needs European money to provide incentives and direct investment specifically toward climate neutral and digital transformation. Next Generation EU is a great success in this regard in order to unleash investment, but this instrument is only a temporary basis and expires in 2027. As Social Democrats, we are committed to turning it into a lasting integration progress. In order to finance the transformation, we are prepared to lead the discussion on European revenues and common debts. No country benefits from the EU as much as Germany. 1 in 4 German jobs depend on exports, and more than half of our exports go to the European Union. We export more to the Netherlands or France than to China. It is in Germans' own interest that our partners in Europe are doing well and that we have a strong domestic market. This is our own interest. Without a strong Europe, we as Germans, or Germany, are not a strong country. Next year's European election is a directional election. We set the framework for the agenda of the next European Commission. I would like to see that this Commission could give a challenging new agenda for the single market to address the common challenges of our times. But, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you openly that this election is also an important election for another reason. The right-wing party AfD discusses Germany's withdrawal from the European Union, talks about a Europe of fatherlands. They are taking an axe to jobs, to good wages, and to our strong industry, to security and prosperity. This shift to the right is a serious threat to our democracy and social cohesion, but it is as well a threat for the well-being and the economic growth of our continents. The AfD and its friends have no answers to the challenges that lie ahead. As Social Democrats, we will lead the fight against the right, and we will do this with all the rigor in the political debate. The European elections will decide whether the forces that want to strengthen and advance Europe, if they will win, or if those will win who want to dismantle Europe and turn it back. I can only tell you that strengthening the European Union and Europe is one of the most important tasks of my political generation, my own political career. And I can say that on behalf of Katharina Barley, we as Social Democrats will still have a lot to do with Europe. Thank you so much for your attention.
Ja, vielen Dank für diese eindrucksvolle
Many thanks for this very impressive keynote speech, and a warm welcome as well from my side to this year's Tiergarten conference. My name is Katharina Schlegger and work here in the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and have the pleasure to lead you through the coming 30 weeks to reflect on the keynote speech of Lars Klingbeil and to talk about how can we make Europe stronger and safer. And with that, I would like to warmly welcome my guests that have come to us from Paris. Benjamin Haddad, thank you so much for being with us. Mr. Haddad is a spokesperson of the parliamentary group Resistance in the National Assembly of France, and he's a member of the Committee for European Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us.
Und ich begrüße auch ganz herzlich.
And Dr. Daniela Schwarzer, I think many of you might know her. Professor Dr. Schwarzer is the Bertelsmann Foundation Executive Board and is a professor of the Free University in Berlin, and did not have such a long way to come here from Gütersloh to us, to Berlin.
Und natürlich toll
And then, of course, Lars, thank you so much for taking the time to
zu sprechen.
discuss your keynote speech. Mr. Haddad, I would like to start out with you. Lars Klingbeil is asking us to show more passion for the European idea, and he has drawn a balance, a conclusion that after 1 year of the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine, that this momentum has not been lacking but has not unfolded fully for a European renovation. So what is your stance on this? Mr. Klingbeil just sketched out of how a progressive European policy could be shaped in his view, and right now the German
Die Deutsche
the
Konsultation.
negotiations, the government negotiations between France and Germany are taking place in Hamburg. And I was asking myself if a few points from this keynote speech could be delivered to your president that he could take up and deliver them in the debate with Olaf Scholz.
Thank you very much. First, thanks for the invitation. I'm really delighted to be here today. And in an unfortunate context, which has, I think, moved Europeans in France and Germany and elsewhere in the entire world, which is obviously the horrific terrorist attacks that's unfolding in Israel by Hamas. Really want to stress my solidarity, my support for Israeli citizens. I've been texting this morning in the last few days with friends over there who have lost family, who have kids who are going to fight. Israel has a right and a duty to defend itself, and I really hope that we will stand with Israel against this barbaric attacks. And you know, as we were speaking about this, a few days ago in France, a lot of the media coverage was focused on the tragedy in Armenia and maybe the threat tomorrow on Armenia's territorial integrity. If you listen to the leaders of Azerbaijan and Turkey, they're openly discussing taking over the Zangezur corridor and creating territorial continuity between Turkey and Azerbaijan. And given that no one has stopped them from taking over Karabakh, I see no reason why they would stop where they are today. And in Ukraine, on the European continent, we have of course, a war of aggression by Russia, and a Russian leader who is determined to wait at least until the American election to see if he cannot get maybe a better deal or a change in the situation. And we're talking about the American election, but of course what's unfolding right now, not in a year, right now in the American Congress should lead us to pause. There is a sense of a arc of crisis in a security environment all around our continent that is very rapidly unfolding. And not in a progressive way, but in an accelerated way. Niall Ferguson wrote a piece a few months ago talking about the avalanche of history. History comes back in an avalanche. And I completely agree with both your analysis and your conclusions, Lars. Your analysis, of course, on the fact that Europeans need to be united and need to step up their security response, their defense, and take stock of the new world in which we're in, and the fact that it's happening too slowly. And it's frustrating for all of us who care deeply about this. But I think the main test, though, will be, are we able to stay in the long run? I'll take the example of Ukraine. I think a lot of us in this room on February 24th last year, and I can certainly say it was my case, were on the one hand relieved to see the reaction from Europe and the United States in support of Ukraine, the sanctions, the weapons delivery that came in the months that followed. But we're also all very worried that it would only last a couple months. That, as usual, we would lose focus, we would divide, national short-term economic interest would take over, and that certainly was Putin's gambit. Putin's initial gambit was that Ukrainians would not resist, that Zelensky would flee, that his army would take over in a few days. Obviously, he does not understand the democracy that he has at his doors. But his gambit afterwards was that, we would lose focus. It hasn't happened so far. If you take the glass half full, almost 2 years, a little more than a year and a half into this war, we're still there. If I look at French public opinion, despite what I sometimes hear, the French are very supportive of Ukraine, want Ukraine to join the EU, want Ukraine to join NATO, support sanctions and support weapons deliveries. And that is something that we see from London to Tallinn. There's a true European spirit in the fact that this war is happening in Europe, and it concerns us. It concerns our values, and it concerns our interests. It's an easy case to make, by the way, in this case, that the two are converging, our interest and our values in defending Ukraine. Our strategy has functioned, giving Ukrainians the means to defend themselves without getting dragged directly into the war. So let's stay the course. Let's stay calm. These things take time. We need to be with Ukrainians in the long run. We need to be able to step up our defense support. We need to step up our financial instruments at the European level to be able to do both this and at the same time replenish and modernize our military stocks. I was very heartened by a proposal by the Estonian Prime Minister, Kajas, a few months ago in Politico, when she talked about a common instrument of 100 billion, like what you did in Germany, at the European level to launch common acquisitions of defense supplies. Let's stay the course. I'm hearing voices now who I think were hoping this from the start, but now they're coming out of the shadows saying it's time to push for a ceasefire. We can't go much longer. It's taking an economic toll. We are winning this. Ukrainians are winning this, but it's going to take time. It's a long war. I was in Ukraine just a few weeks ago. Once again, I was heartened and amazed by the incredible resilience of the Ukrainian people. But it is a long war. There's no silver bullet. There's no magic solution. And this is also something on which our software has to change deeply. And in our time, we're politicians, in our time of 24-hour news cycle, of social media, of instant reactions, staying the course and understanding that what is happening right now around us, and maybe with a United States that's turning its back on us, it's a generational challenge. And I think it's our generational challenge.
Danke, Herr Haddad. Frau Schwarzer. Herr Haddad hat eben gerade nochmal dargestellt, vor welch...
Mr. Haddad just lay out the difficult situation, the context we find ourselves in. So it's not only 1.5 years that we're enduring the war in Ukraine, it is the terrible attacks in the Middle East, and that he laid out as well that we are close together in the European Union. And Lars Klingbeil did draw at least halfway positive conclusion after the 16-month of war in the eastern part of Europe. So how would you consider what is happening on the ground? And if we look towards your new book, The Times of Crisis, where you try to bring us in a position where we can shape our own future instead of being the driven ones. And where I would like to refer to Lars Klingbeil, where he requires a stronger momentum for Europe. Do you see relations? Yes, of course. And my book does have a very German cover in its colors and a very European contents. Yes, I do agree. And I think in the keynote speech of Lars Klingbeil, we heard something very important, a clear ambition, not only for Europe, but as well for Germany and the German social Democrats. 8 months before the European elections are bound to happen, we find ourselves in times where we can become insecure, and we have every reason to be prudent and cautious and to look towards our policies and politics in Germany and the other member states, because we see a strengthening of right-wing parties, of right-wing tones that have an influence on the debate in our social democratic rows. And to stay clear of that and to have a clear compass, to express quite clearly why we need Europe in the future, not only why we built the European Union, but why we need it for the future. And it's really easy to distribute and to dissemble negative messages, but in a situation where from the outside, like Benjamin Haddad just said it, see more insecurity from our neighboring countries that flows into our European country, that we find ourselves in a situation where when it comes to the economic situation, find ourselves in a more insecure situation. And the population is fearful. They are fearing the loss that is about to happen. They are worried about the next generations being worse off than we are today. In this situation, we have to formulate a positive message that is forward-looking, not only for us, but as well for Europe. And I think this is really important. This is what the keynote speech of Klaus Klingbeil contributed to. The question of how those different developments are intertwined cannot be asked sufficiently enough, because right now we're talking about many different transformations. Let's talk about our economic model. We know that this model that has accompanied us for many decades after the Second World War, that has helped us to regain economic strength, political strength, that we have to reorient ourselves. And this is happening in the energy field since the war of aggression in Ukraine since February 2022. And we have achieved that this endeavor has been accelerated thanks to our new government and with less cost than expected. And this is where it becomes apparent that policy has this shaping power, but it's not enough. Now we have to be more forward-looking. And in the speech, we heard many different issues. The ambition and the question of how we can stay a dominant, a leading power in innovation. And this is not only decisive when it comes to competitiveness, but as well when we think about how we can set standards and to protect our democracy. I think technological innovations working together with resilience is very important. And when we set the standards and are not driven by the innovation, that I think we can stay competitive. The other point is the financing, the whole funding scheme. With the Next Generation EU Fund, we have created a model and have tried it out. Within the framework of the EU treaties, instruments have been used where we would not have thought that they could grow as quickly as they were. It is a German initiative. The German Chancellor has been a financial minister back then and has made a great contribution. And to learn from that, of how we can take up money in the markets and how we can shape our expenditures. And it's important to not only look towards what we have spent, but in what context or what conditions we have spent it. I think the way how we've seen in the Next Generation EU Fund is how we've seen that principles of the rule of law have been bound to the funding is a very important factor of how we can protect this initiative in the future. As a last issue, when we talk about economy, technology, it is for me just one example of how we can rely on our internal strength. Because if we are an actor in this world, Lars Klingbeil said so, Benjamin Haddad added a few points, then it is clear that bigger challenges are lying ahead, and we will have to act together. We have to collaborate better in order to have the strength towards the exterior and to perform towards our interior. And it was just a passage in a secondary sentence, a very important fact when Klaus Klingbeil said that the European Union has to provide public goods. I think this is a core task. And with the new framework conditions in the interior and to the exterior, this political debate has to be orchestrated to think about what are those public goods that we can provide or additional in addition to the nation states. And I think if we achieve this understanding and to bear more ground for it in the upcoming European elections, I think then we can make sure that the EU, for the coming agenda for the next 5 years, sets the right priorities, and we can communicate to the interior how important it is to strengthen this European Union. Thank you.
Und wahrscheinlich nicht nur stärken, sondern
Probably not only strengthen, but also funding, right? To the same extent. So, Lars, you suggested or tried to sketch a law plan for public goods, but now, we're almost at the end of this short
was für dich
panel discussion, but maybe you can kind of summarize what is especially important for you. And I would like to tie this with the question of passion, because you talked about this at the beginning, right? The passion for the European idea. And this connected with what Ms. Schwarzer just said, that we need to also expand our ability to shape policy also externally, but we also internally need to be able to deliver what citizens expect from politicians. So my question is the following: how,
nur in der Politik, sondern
not just in politics, but also with regard to the citizens, can we reignite this passion for the European idea? That's, of course, a kind of a big question, but I also don't want to go into technical detail here. I think thanks to I think the Friedrich Ebert Foundation will also make my speech available somehow so you can read it. But I think it's important to change people's minds. At the end of my speech, I talked about a stronger European cooperation and strengthening the internal market, but also, strengthening European infrastructure and European defense policies, and how, what the economic benefits are, all of that. I don't know how the situation is in France, but all of the discussions that I have here in Germany, I can see that Europe is more and more or increasingly seen as a burden, as something that costs something. And I think, we can win this argument with sheer numbers. We can show what advantages it has when we work together with 27 member states and the 450 million citizens. It has so many economic advantages, for instance. I think that Europe is really one of the greatest ideas of the last decades. You would really have to invent it if we didn't already have it, because it's such a fantastic idea. We talk about these insecure times. We talked about Armenia and Azerbaijan. But, it's, fantastic that 27 countries live in peace for such a long time. I don't want to become nostalgic, but it's really important to say how important that is. So we really need to go into this narrative, because my impression is that those who want to fight for Europe, those who know how important Europe is, have been rather silent over the last 2 years because they took it for granted. And those who wanted to, fight against Europe, they came up with strategies, they raised their voices, they joined forces. I also mentioned the AfD, for instance, the German party Alternative für Deutschland. When I go to other countries, we can see that all of the national populist parties in Europe are kind of network. You think that they are focusing on national politics, but sometimes they have much better networks than progressive parties, because they do, for instance, joint campaigns. And that's kind of, crazy to see. So I think the social democratic narrative always needs to be what the benefits of Europe are. And I think that's what I tried to say in my speech. We shouldn't just stick with the status quo. We should think about the following steps. And I think that's also the task of courageous politicians to really proactively tell Europeans what the advantages of Europe are. And I hope that after the EU elections that we will have the majority for these kind of narratives, that we will also have the political kind of atmosphere for that, and that we can all agree that it's now time to go the next steps in European integration. But for the SPD, I can only say that we proactively want to go into that next steps, and that's what I kind of wanted to sketch. So thank you very much for your feedback.
vielen Dank für diese erste Runde.
Thank you very much for this first panel discussion. I would have so many more questions. I don't know what the audience thinks. But of course, we have 3 more panels, and Mr. Haddad and Ms. Schwarzer will also participate in other panels, if I've seen correctly. But we'll now continue with our panel on democratic resilience. But before we begin with that panel, I would like to take the opportunity to ask 2 young researchers onto the stage with me, Josephine Rückert and Julia Müller-Kahlert from the Forum Young Social Democracy. No, what is it called? Forum Social Democratic Foreign Policy. Excuse me, that is the correct name. Because together with some of their colleagues, they try to come up with what-if scenarios. So what if certain things happened in Europe or in the world, and how could the European Union prepare for all of these scenarios? So I would like to thank all 3 of you, and I really hope that we will have more fruitful discussions for the rest of the day.
Ja, hallo auch von mir. Mein Name ist Josephine Rückert.
My name is Josephine Rückert. Good morning, and I'm a research associate of a SPD MP in Germany. I'm also one of the co-initiators of this forum. My name is Julia Müller-Kahlert, and I work as the deputy chairman of the program for strategy in Washington, D.C. And we would like to use the opportunity to present our forum for social democratic foreign policy. We would like to present our work and tell you what we do. We are an informal cooperation of young professionals and experts who deal with a relevant foreign policy and European political questions. We come from very different areas and backgrounds, and we are members of different kinds of committees and working groups, and we wanted to create a sort of forum or space in order to talk about these foreign policy issues. We try to come up with the blind spots that we have, where we really need to work on, and we really wanted to think outside the box. Now, what does that mean? We want to break with the current taboos that we have, and we also wanted to be more open with regard to possible international crisis, to really accept, to think about them. We wanted to have a protected space, an idea lab, in order to come up with these what-if scenarios, and in order to make sure for what we need to find social democratic answers. And we're grateful that the Friedrich Ebert Foundation also, was happy to involve these what-if scenarios in this conference. We think it's a very important part of scenario analysis. In US American English, you often talk about low probability, high impact events. So events that have a very low probability but a very high impact, for instance, the pandemic, but also, for instance, the war in Ukraine, but also things such as, the terror attacks of 9/11 or the terrible attack by the Hamas on Israel. So these are scenarios with a very low probability that really have a huge impact on politics. So what we did, but what you will also see as part of this conference, is that we came up with these kind of what-if scenarios with regard to the future of Europe. So what would happen if in France a right extreme government would be elected? What would happen if Trump or a right populist president in the US would put an end to the transatlantic alliance? And another scenario deals with how Germany and Europe would behave with regard to an escalation with China, or also economic sanctions, and what that could do in terms of that kind of escalation. Ms. Schwarzer already mentioned it also. So, we're delighted to be able to present these kind of scenarios, and we hope that they will also help you to broaden your horizon, and that these kind of ideas will also make it possible to shape a social democratic policy that doesn't just react to crises, but that we are not completely unprepared for these kind of crisis scenarios, but that we also, with kind of anticipation, be able to take the right action. So thank you very much, and have a fruitful conference.
Es ist das Jahr 2027.
The year is 2027, and the Nationalist Alliance wins the French presidential and parliamentary elections and immediately begins to implement its election promise of putting France before everyone else. An alliance with other right-wing governments is paralyzing EU institutions, making virtually unachievable demands. The alliance's political goal: a federation of nation-states and, according to the new president, letting Europe die of starvation. The political instability also has tangible economic consequences. Funds for important projects are put on hold. What if the German government loses its most important partner in Europe? What if the EU, as we know it, is in danger of breaking apart?
Ja, vielen Dank für diese Einführung.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Yes. What if the European Union broke apart because right-wing governments take over in the EU? That was the question that was asked in the short video clip. And this question is justified because democracy, this side and the other side of the Atlantic, is of course under pressure. There are already right-wing populist and right-wing parties that are members of governments and other parties accept alliances with parties that would have been unthinkable for a long time. So this is also why during this conference we want to talk about what can be done in order to strengthen democracy, what kind of instruments and strategies can be used in Europe in order to do that. So I would like to welcome you to our democracy panel. My name is Matthias Jubelius. I work for the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and for the coming 60 minutes I will act as your host or moderator. And if you thought that this video clip was a little bit too gloomy, then please be reassured that I want to be a little bit more optimistic, and I'm sure that we can do that with our excellent guests here. Very optimistic guests, or let's say people who are, very much looking at solutions. And I would like to introduce these panelists. Katharina Barley, one of the top candidates of the SPD for the EU elections. For the upcoming elections, she is also the Vice President of the European Parliament and an EU MP. She is very committed and well known in Brussels for her commitment to EU issues, but the rule of law, that is one of her most important issues. The rule of law is the foundation for the European Union. And welcome, Katharina Barley.
Im Juni diesen Jahres.
In June of this year, 153 member states of the UN General Assembly, so a sweeping majority of the General Assembly,
in den UN-Sicherheitsrat gewählt.
Elected one of the smaller EU member states to the Security Council. And the fact that Slovenia has received so much trust is also connected to the commitment and to the reputation of their foreign minister. And I am very grateful that she's here with us today. So welcome, Tanja Fajon.
Matthias
Quent is sociologist and researcher for right extremism at the University of Magdeburg, and he also has received an award of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. He is the founder of the Institute for Democracy and Civil Research and also founder of the Institute for Democratic Culture in Magdeburg. And you can see, because of all of the things that he has done as a researcher, he doesn't just describe things, but he is following a long tradition of very engaged and committed social democratists who also feel that they're part of this kind of democratic society that they also want to shape themselves. So welcome, Matthias Quent. We also have Dr. Maria Skora, who's a sociologist and researcher. She works here in Berlin at the Institute for European Politics, the IEP, especially on democracy and populism. She's policy fellow at the Progressive Center, and she also is a critical. It's very critical with regard to the political developments in Poland, where they soon have elections that will lead the direction of the future of the country. So we're very much looking forward to what you have to say. So welcome, Maria Skora.
So, Katharina, nächstes Jahr.
So, Katharina, next year, June 2024, we'll have the new EU elections, and of course, right-wing or democratic parties have the opportunity to prevent right-wing parties from taking over. But you know, Germany is of course not an exception. There are surveys in a lot of other countries. We know that right-wing parties are on the rise, and we've also seen a rise in right extremism in Germany. You're the top candidate of the SPD party, which for 160 years is leading a battle against right extremism. And so we would be looking forward to your kind of view of the current state of democracy in Europe and what kind of strategies we need in order to strengthen it. So the floor is yours.
Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Ich dachte schon, du hättest mich vergessen. Den Impuls. Ja,
I thought you might have forgotten me presenting here the round of panelists, but there I am. So thank you so much for the introduction to this very important topic. Of course, it is a huge challenge to cover up for this issue in just 10 minutes, but I will do everything possible. And your introduction to avoid this shift to the right is not possible because the shift to the right is already there. We're the European Parliament, we're one of the legislative bodies, and in the other two bodies, this shift to the right can only be observed with every single government that we have lost. And unfortunately, there were a few in the last month. It is one seat in the council. And with Sweden, Finland, Italy, on top of those that were already there, we have 3 additional right populist governments, post-fascist governments that are part of the coalition, are supporting the coalition or even leading the coalition. And after the elections, every single one of those governments will send a commissioner to the European Union. And of course, in the other 2 legislative bodies, we already have this shift to the right. And unfortunately, on Sunday in Luxembourg, we have gained 2 social democrats, but since the Green Party has totally broken down, we won't really have any commissioners. So it won't be really a populist or nationalist. We don't really have that many in Luxembourg because of the structure of the country. But we will lose a social democratic commissioner. So there is an overall tendency towards the right. What we've just seen in the video clip, of course, is this horror scenario that we have thought through in the last presidential campaign. So what happens when we lose France? Additionally to Italy, then it really looks
ich bin nicht so ganz sicher, ob
dim and grim in Europe. I don't know if we really have to refer to that when we look towards Russia right now. The nationalists and the populists are not always agreeing, and we see it when it comes to, I don't know if you remember Sebastian Kurz from Austria,
für eine gute Idee
when he thought it was a good idea to offer the people from the South Tyrol the Austrian nationality. And his friendship to Berlusconi was quite overshadowed by this gesture. And then we see what happens when we have a Europe of fatherlands. So this is all this egoistic stance, the inward-looking stance, and then we have quite quickly the situation that we work against one another. And my manuscript goes to the drain, but I would like to talk to you about an encounter at the Hambacher Castle, where I talked about the freedom of Macedonia, where social democrat young people told me, well,
Die sprechen eigentlich Bulgarisch.
how about Bulgaria? They speak Bulgarian. They should have to take it up in their constitution, that they are Bulgarians before we take them up. Those are social democrats talking there. So just imagine what those who are far more to the right are saying. So those are the consequences of a European of the fatherlands, and a European of nation states will not be a peaceful union. This is basically contradictory.
Wir haben im Moment schon ziemlich viele Länder, die uns sorgen.
We have quite a few countries that are worrying us. I've not talked about Austria or about Greece, those countries that we don't really have on the radar, where the politics and media are more closely intertwined and put some pressure on the judiciary, which is quite concerning. And of course, everyone looks towards Germany, towards our election outcomes. My husband is Dutch, and he is absolutely stunned that something like neo-Nazis can even exist in this country. And so this is the way the others look towards Germany.
Wie können wir uns wehren?
How can we defend ourselves? I'll just jump over my previous words here in the manuscript. So just briefly.
Erstens, wir müssen uns entscheiden.
First of all, we have to decide of how we want to deal with them. And there is a huge difference when we consider the Conservatives and us, the Social Democrats. The Conservatives on the European level, and sometimes as well in Germany, have decided
Einzuhegen, zu versuchen.
to try to integrate them, to work together with them, to support them,
Ländern, die ich eben genannt habe, auch in
like in the countries I just mentioned, to take them up in coalitions of the different countries. And in the backdrop of our historical experience, it does not really seem to be a good idea, not only in Germany, but as well in Hungary, because Hungary is the country where democracy is basically cannot be detected anymore. It has disappeared. The whole of powers does not work anymore. Viktor Orban cannot be moved away from his position of power. He will never ever lose an election again, and even if he loses an election, he will still pull all the strings and put up a new government. It sounds impossible, but this is what the situation's like. So this did not work, and I don't think it does work in the long run. So we always think with Italy, we have a good example. Everybody thought it might be really horrific, but she's quite pro-European. This might be the case towards the outside. We don't really talk about what she's doing inside the country, but we all know what happens when this scenario really happens. The scenario that we've just seen in the clip. So whenever this tilts to the more nationalist, more populist movements, then we know exactly well where we can find Meloni. She doesn't do that in the moment because she perceives the European Union as what it is. It is, it is a cash dispenser. And of course, since she receives the necessary funding from the European Union, she does everything necessary in order to still support the system. But we don't see that a cooperation is possible. This is only half the truth. What the Conservatives want to do when they take up those people from the far right, they want to keep them in their party families. It's an open secret that where the Conservatives try to take up Fratelli, for example. So those will be many different members of parliament. We've never done that in those 160 years of our history. It is a characteristic of our country that fascism, nationalism, and right populism can never, ever be tolerated, that we have a strong stance against it. And this is why I love my party so much and why I'm a member of the Social Democrats. What can we do practically? We have to make the EU more resilient. We need reforms within the Union. We need when it comes to have a capacity to act. We need an institutional reform. We need a stronger European Parliament. We need more control over the executive. We need to do away with the anonymity principle. Just a few bullet points. And we need a defended European Union. We need more instruments in order to not have those governments like those, like the one from Viktor Orban, ridiculize ourselves. And we now have a new important instrument that the cash dispenser can be put out of operation if the values are not met, but this has to be extended to different violations. And then, of course, we have to see that the different member states do not tilt and break away, because the member states are the ones who really are the foundation of the European Union. Then we have to differ between what we can do preventively and what we can do when it already happened. So in terms of prevention, we have to invest a lot into political education. We have to explain a lot more what Europe is about. This has become so much more difficult. I've recognized that when I became part of the parliament. It is so much more difficult to explain what Europe's all about and to try to gain more acceptance of Europe. And that goes beyond the national sphere. We have to become a lot better. We have to take care that media are not silenced by the governments. And Slovenia always has been a beacon of hope at the end of the horizon, because they have achieved that a right populist actor could be voted down, and the new government in Slovenia has not repeated the sins of the old government that have tried to bring the broadcasting service and the STR under the control of the government. And this is where we try to do a lot more here in the European Union when it comes to the freedom of the press, the freedom of the media, with the Media Freedom Act and other instruments where we try to draw the line when it's necessary. What we do have to do in all means that we try to not or to resist the temptation to adopt the narratives and themes of the far right. This is what we see here in Germany. It does not really help us, the Social Democrats. We have to find our own positive agenda. And I briefly referred to it. Jacques Delors just said it. People don't fall in love with the single market, of course. This is not something that we're emotionally bound by. And I don't think that it's possible to do otherwise. We have to emotionalize the debate, because it is easier to instill emotions in the people, and they have a stronger impact when you are easily outraged, you're much more easily to be put in a negative mood than you are to be made happy. So I think we have to make clear what Europe means for you personally. How does it improve your life? And what Europe means for us. I think I briefly referred to this in the last elections. I just said so to Martin. I think part of the campaign should be repeated right now, because 4 to 5 years ago, peace was a very important issue for me out of personal reasons. They told me, well, peace is something that we have. We don't really have to talk about it. But this, of course, has changed fundamentally in those elections. And I think many people do perceive Europe from a different perspective. There's a lot of heartfelt feelings when it comes to Europe. This is something that we have to address and to express. This weekend, we awarded a prize to a convicted European who does a lot of voluntary work, not at all suspicious to drift apart, to deviate. And he said, after giving my speech, well, Europe, why do we have so many rules and standards and complicate our lives? And this is exactly the image that people have from Europe, and we have to create a different picture.
Ich glaube, dass wir dafür selbst begeistert sein müssen.
I think we have to be passionate about the European idea ourselves, first of all, to start with, and then have to pass on this passion, this ambition. Sorry, I totally overstepped my time. 10 minutes is just not possible. We keep on talking a bit more about it, but I just simply hope that you understand the urgency.
Weil Kommission und Rat kippen.
Because in the Commission and in the Council, we see that the power relations are shifting to the right. And now we only have the Parliament to be this corrective body for the democracy, for something, for a Europe that really places the people in the center, for Europe that is willing to make a compromise instead of looking for conflict. For Europe that's strong in the world, I'm really looking forward to fight with all of you in the upcoming elections next year. Thank you.
Ja, vielen Dank, Katharina. Ich habe dich als leidenschaftliche Kämpferin für dieses Thema angesprochen.
Thank you very much. And of course, I already knew that you were going to be passionate about this topic, and we could really feel this passion. So thank you very much. That was a great beginning for our discussion. And during the minutes that we'll have left now, I want to go a bit more into detail into one of the points that you mentioned. You
Die Demokratie auch
said very clearly that in the different member states, democracy needs to be defended much more strongly. And you also mentioned the example of Slovenia. And so I would like to start with Tanja Fajon. So for a long time, Slovenia was kind of the prime example of a successful democratic transition up until 2020. I would say then Janez Janša came into power. Katarina Bali already mentioned that briefly. He is no longer in the government, but during his government, a lot of people in Slovenia had the impression that their democracy was also a lot more fragile than they had initially thought. And Slovenia is, of course, not the only member state which has kind of undergone this pattern from a sort of successful democratic transformation and all of a sudden this counter movement. So my question is, what can we learn from this pattern from a political point of view? What have you learned from it, and what could we do from a political point of view in order to be more resilient against these kind of counter movements?
Very much. I have so many things I wish to share with you after the first hour of discussion. I don't even know where to exactly start, but just on your question about Slovenia, I can say the challenge to defend democracy is huge. It's also for our government that is central left, and we are the second biggest party. I'm a president of Social Democrats, and for that reason, the deputy prime minister. It's in the times of challenging reforms that we are having in the country, in the times of war on our continent, with a lot of disinformation, fake news around, with the social media, it's extremely difficult to somehow settle the unrest that is there in the society. And Slovenia is not the only one. So we are not at easy terms in the government. We are struggling quite a lot to preserve what we managed to achieve a year ago. And I will just go back to previous discussion, because you mentioned that back in June, Slovenia got a very strong support for becoming a member in the Security Council. We just got an observer status. And I was very privileged, but also humbled to have a chance 1 year to travel around the globe, meet many partners, and to discuss about democracy, the values, the solidarity, the world order, the UN Charter, and how to build these important partnerships when the geopolitics is fast changing, when we have a war in East, now war in the South, where we have a barrel of gunpowder in Western Balkans. I spoke, or 2 days ago, I came back from South Africa, where I came and also visited an EU project on Hope for Africa. It was raising awareness on gender-based violence, so physical and sexual violence upon women and kids. And when I saw this poverty and limited access of girls and kids to education, to water, and I came back home, I every time realize again and again how privileged we are, and our children being born in a European continent at the right time, at the right place, to have really life in dignity. And sometimes we start forgetting that beautiful idea of Europe, that we have high standards and values, and that we have to embrace them and really fight for them. We are now joining the Security Council in a tremendously difficult time. The world order is at risk of collapse. The world is divided for several years. The Unga Week that took place back in September happened in the margins of BRICS inviting new members, G20 embracing African Union, European Union discussing about enlargement on Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine and Western Balkans, the 20 years we are discussing the enlargement. And I heard from so many partners in the last year that we are not consistent as Europeans, that we too often are ignorant. There is a very dangerous narrative, West against the rest. And that I had discussions in India about the global south, in Asia, in Africa. And this is what it's really worrisome, how to protect and defend this world order. That means also peace and security around the globe. And that means that we have really to be in a way humble, to really make consistent policies and equally reflect to every crisis in the world. Currently, we have 55 and more armed conflicts. We speak about the war in Ukraine, but I tell you, we all want to see peace in Ukraine. It affects us all. We want to see stop of war. We want to see every peace initiative that can bring to a just and lasting peace. And the same goes now what is happening in the Middle East. It's terrible. It can bring to a new war in the Middle East. It can change the world dramatically. The first now is really to do everything to de-escalate the violence and tensions, to protect innocent civilians on both sides, Israelis and Palestinians. There are hundreds of innocent civilians dead. And when you see all this geopolitics and how the world is rapidly changing around us, then I come back to European continent. Are we able to preserve our unity and strength? We have to. We have to, but we are now not in the epicenter of the geopolitics. So I think now, coming back to democracy, and I know I put a broader picture out, but we have to understand it. When we speak about the Western Balkans or the Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, if we really want to make Europe stronger, we have today to use a political momentum and really take and embrace these countries. If we do that with Ukraine, Moldova, potentially Georgia, don't leave Western Balkans behind. There are, as I said, barrel of gunpowder. We risk another war and conflicts in our region. We have a strong Russian interference. We have a political interference. We are losing quite some parts of the Western Balkans. So if we really want to be front runners or sincere what we are doing and consistent with our policies, then let's do it now. Let's be capable of enlarging and making Europe strong to the Western Balkans. By 2030, we heard the idea. It was recently by Charles Michel, quite loud, outspoken at Bled Strategic Forum back in Slovenia in August. But I think the time is now. If we want to make Europe strong, based on democracy, solidarity, the rule of law, it's not every country the same. I fully agree. But in current geopolitics, we have to bring countries together. The whole world is searching new alliances and partnerships. It is a challenge. It is maybe out of the box thinking, and I know it's a very difficult discussion. The same goes to multilateralism and the world order. We have to adapt to current situation to make it work. It's a difficult challenge, and for Slovenia, I can tell you discussions in our societies, being a small country, not a big military power, not having burdens from the past, not being a colonial, imperialistic, nothing. It's extremely difficult in our society to discuss about war conflicts and our engagement. People want to see peace and preserve democracy and the rule of law. But we often feel vulnerable, and in a way we have to somehow survive. So for us, and maybe I conclude with that, democracy and the rule of law is our hearts. It's everything what we have. And that's what we need to preserve. That's what we will try to do inside the EU, inside on European continent, but also as now being in a way a small but ambitious global player.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Tanja, also for our perspective a little bit. And I would like to come back both to enlargement and your experience in the UN Security Council in a second, if time allows. But let me first turn to Matthias Quent. Wir haben jetzt sowohl von Katharina Barley.
We've heard from both Katharina Barley and Tanja Fajon, and they talked about the state of democracy in Europe, but also how we can protect democracy in Europe. But maybe you can help us with the diagnosis. Your book, Deutschland rechts außen, won the prize for the political book of the FES in a few years ago, and in this book you warn of the danger coming from right-wing parties, but also remember that I, as a reader, didn't feel too pessimistic after reading your book, because you also said that this increase of the power of the voices of these right extremist parties can also be seen as kind of a protest against a very successful trend of democratization and liberalization. You also say that the opportunities for an open society have never been better than today, but at the same time, the radical right-wing movement is more organized, and when we take into consideration their involvement in governments, it's also more powerful than ever before. So why are we experiencing this anti-modernist counteraction? Why is it happening now, and why is it so strong? So indeed, it's a bit of a paradox that the most liberal, freest society is also the one that is most at risk, both internally and externally, and also under pressure. And it is connected with the history of liberal democracies. We can, for instance, reconstruct it for a much longer time in the US than in Germany. There's always this backlash against feminism, emancipation, against the enlargement or the broadening of our horizon with regard to globalization processes. So this kind of these kind of backlashes that comes not just from the socioeconomic margins, but from previous elites, from people who feel like they lost importance and privileges. Trumps and Le Pens of this world, these are not underdogs, right? But they were elites, or they come from the elites of their societies. And, sometimes they're parts of they also receive support from the middle class or the governing classes of their societies. But we can now see that there's a backlash from several sides against the progresses from the 1968 movement, but not just the liberal markets, but also free movement in general, something that was described as the end of history in the beginning of the 1990s. So at the end of the day, really the success of liberalism. And, we talked about the cooperation between the different right-wing parties and different member states, but this doesn't just end at the EU borders, right? I would like to say that the fascistic philosophy of Alexander Dugin, who is very close to the Kremlin, talks about a great awakening about the populist, via the populist in the US, China, Russia, but also Iran, for instance, which supports Hamas and Hezbollah, which is also the most important. Germany is still the most important trade partner of Iran in Europe. And these kind of contradictions and these kinds of geopolitical conflicts, but also tangible conflicts, can be exploited. So you ask me, why now? Well, we're currently in a situation where there's really a huge shift to the right. A few years ago, when my book was published, I said there's no shift to the right. Really, it's more a mobilization of the right-wing parties that have always been there, but it now seems to change because the political discourse have kind of shifted a bit to the right, because there's not just the 15% that have always been reactionary or, right-wing sympathizers. And so it's not just because they're now mobilized, but because there's more room for their opinions also in democratic parties. So, you shouldn't make easy distinctions between black and white. European values drown every day in the Mediterranean, and on this basis it's very difficult to come up with moral ideas in terms of ideas that violate human rights. And maybe as a last point, I would like to add the following. It was a very optimistic book, but it was the not my most recent, but the last one was dealing with reaction towards these developments, and it's a lot less optimistic because we're dealing with the important topic of justice at a global level, and I think it should be a very important topic also for social democracy. How can we have justice also at a global level, not just the nation states, and aside from all of the conflicts that we've heard already about today, this is really the mammoth task in the 21st century. We want to find the just path, and that is not the path of the right-wing parties. That is the path of climate apartheid, climate racism, and wanting to cordon themselves off. And I think this is really, polarizing element, but it's also a very important area in politics that we shouldn't lose sight of.
Genau, erstmal Applaus.
Yeah, round of applause, of course. You talked about the strength of the right-wing movement, but if one side is strong, that sometimes might also mean that the other side is weak. What would you say is what sort of more central parties are doing, parties that are more central in the political spectrum are doing wrong, or what would be your recommendation for these kind of parties in this situation? Well, the dilemma is that you can't do things right dealing with right-wing movements, because no matter what you do, it will always interpreted sort of against the mainstream politics. So I don't think that we should orient ourselves too much along the agitations of the right-wing parties. But when I look at the most recent survey results, also with regard to the patterns of these backlash movements, and what concerns me the most in terms of these surveys is that the people who live in rural areas feel left behind. So I think that the EU election campaign needs to be done, especially in rural areas, because very often the democratic parties aren't present there. And we can already see that in national or, regional elections at national level. So these are very important levers. We've already heard it before. We have to go into these conflicts, and these kind of conflicts need to be led exactly where it is most painful, and that is in these structurally weak rural areas where it's important to support civil society or to just be present. This is, maybe my diagnosis for Germany, but it's not necessarily that different in France and other countries, for instance. Maria Skora, we talked about the threat to democracy from inside, and we also, when a few years ago the term resilience was made popular by the NATO, they also meant, threats from the outside, hybrid waging of war, and other kinds of issues, and really the demand was to strengthen resilience in their countries. Now, what about the interim result? Is Europe faring better at the moment? What instruments have proved successful when we look at different European countries, and does it make a difference really when we talk about external or internal threats? Thank you very much for this question. So the European debate on resilience started in 2015 already, with a high-ranking conference of researchers and decision makers when it came to coming up with a concept of resilience in the European framework. And they created a network in order to measure resilience. And the result was that at European level, resilience is more understood as a transformative resilience, so not just meaning to be able to adapt, but also to be able to transform. And it's measured in 4 dimensions as of today, so socioeconomic resilience, green, or so ecological resilience, digital resilience, and geopolitical resilience. And I think this really ties in with what you said about, neighboring countries, etc. And we can see that when we look at the reaction to the COVID crisis, so the Recovery and Resilience Facility, for instance. So these are funds that were used for public institutions, but also as of this year, 2023, Resilience is now also part of the European semester, so all countries also need to report about their resilience. So the resilience component is now part of these reports. So we can see that this topic is now really anchored in the EU. You talked about NATO, and at the same time, NATO also started dealing with this in 2016 during the top meeting in Warsaw. But their focus is a little bit different because NATO is, of course, a defense and security institution, so they have a different view of resilience, especially with regard to the continuity of governments, for instance. For instance, if there is a military attack, but also energy supply, water supply, but also a resilient civilian communication, for instance. This is what they're focusing on. So we can see that the term is present. What we do at my institute is that we do research on resilient democracies or resilient states that are based on the rule of law. And what we want to know is how we can prevent autocratization, or if there are already non-democratic movements that are in power, how can democracy defend itself? So what kind of checks and balances or what kind of other mechanisms are available to us in order to prevent a change in regime? And this debate in the academic world has been around for many years, since the 1990s, in fact. And to put it in a nutshell, I think we all know what resilience means. So the ability of a system to defend itself if it is under attack, to defend its organizations and structures and to keep those as well, and to continue to achieve goals. But the main problem, as always, is operationalization. And resilience has really become a bit of a buzzword. But be that as it may, especially with regard to the experience that we've made during the COVID pandemic and the Russian war against Ukraine, we can see that the topic is now more important than ever. Now, with regard to the European Union, now this is my answer to your second question. Well, I can maybe share some of my experience from my work, because the question of what makes the EU resilient or where the EU could be better in terms of its resilience, well, we could answer this question at the level of member states, the economic state or the state of the economy, climate, etc. But I would maybe turn it around and say that I believe that we need to look at the EU from the perspective of Brussels and look at the resilience of the EU as an international intergovernmental organization. And this brings us to the conflict about the rule of law. Today we have 2 member states, and luckily only 2 and not 3. So 2 member states whose governments are anti-democratic and who don't adhere to European laws. And that led to the fact of some European funds being frozen, and the mechanism of conditionality works. But we can also see that, unfortunately, not a lot of things change, or not a lot of things have changed in these countries. And we shouldn't see the European Union only as a single market, but as a union of values, but also as a kind of legal union, a union of the law. And it needs to be more resilient in these terms as well. And during the pandemic, we really fared well. But when it's about these soft aspects such as the rule of law, the European Union would need to be a lot more consequential. We have the right instruments, but the problem really is the political will to use these instruments. And I believe that this is really the core of the problem that we're currently facing in the EU, being resilient and also acting in a resilient way, not being tolerant and looking or just, observing how democracy is ended in some member states, but we need to act now and we need to act fast because otherwise European integration would be at risk. Thank you very much.
Wenn du reagieren möchtest,
Katharina, if you would like to react on that, please feel free, because maybe otherwise I would have a follow-up question. Yeah, 2 comments. Thank you so much for the remark on the legal resilience as well in the member states. I know that this exists in Germany, but in other member states it really happens that we really look into our own system and to assess how fast this would be possible. Now with our right-wing party might have a blocking minority or whenever they might gain power. So what can happen in our country with a few changes of the legal system? We have a dependent system that our minority rights in the parliament do not work anymore. So this is really important to take this inward look and to see how easily system could be seized. So the same
Die funktionierende Demokratie
bills or changes that would like to protect the democracy would then as well protect those that have already broken away. So
das von europäischer Ebene vorgibt, dann
if this is something that is stipulated by the European Union, the Medium Freedoms Act is similar, and if we protect those administrations, then we do protect those that are already in hands of the right-wing movement. So this is something where we have to be quite cautious.
eine große homogene Masse.
Some people just only refer to the European Union as a homogeneous mass of chaos, where those 3 institutions, we're a lot more, and Tanya knows it perfectly well from her time in the European Parliament. How hard have we fought in order to be able to make those administrations, to hold them responsible? And the Council did not really provide any information. So I don't know, maybe Parliament is the most progressive force, the most European force, because it's not as close to the nation states and they need the initial, the right for initiatives, and they don't have to wait for the Commission to get to grips with it. So the next Commission will be a lot more conservative, that's for sure, if not even more right-wing, more populist, and those changes towards the rule of law will not even end up on the table. So who else can do anything apart from the Commission? And right now, we have to say it quite clearly, the President of the Commission does not have any ambition when it comes to that point.
Dieses Instrument, die Rechtsstaatskonferenz,
because this instrument, the conditionality of the state under the rule of law has been diluted. The Commission can only freeze funds when the violation has an impact on the EU budget. And I do not understand at all why the Commission does not accept it when we have a dependency of the judiciary, which is obvious. So whenever the EU budget is controlled by the national judiciary. So whenever our national judiciary is in the hands of the government, then of course it has an impact on the EU budget, because in Hungary, for example, we have this very striking corruption that cannot be sanctioned. But the Commission is taking the stance in the case of Poland
gegen die Unabhängigkeit
that only
begründet noch nicht.
To violate the independence of the judiciary does not justify the threat of the rule of law in the country. And I don't understand it at all. The Commission reacts too late. The same when it comes to the to the European Court. They are too late. They are too hesitant. They could impose a fine, maybe, when it comes to sentencing a government. They simply do not do it. And I know Ursula von der Leyen from my times in the government. I know that she's a convinced European, that she is a Democrat. I do not understand it. So I don't understand when we see the time from 2010 till now, how Viktor Orban has put the democracy to death. I don't think that this can be turned around. In Poland, we are quite hopeful, but the way is quite clear. We do have those few instruments at our hands. We have to make use of them. And I would really wish to see a clearer sign in the next European elections.
I just wanted to reflect what Karina was saying, because I recalled back a good year ago when we took over the government, and you know well that we were quite often with the previous government on the radar of political interference in the media, limited act of civil societies, the rule of law being jeopardized, and so on. So when part of the coalition treaty was to put Slovenia back in the heart of Europe, so to protect the core values, the fundamentals of Europe, so the rule of law, solidarity, democracy, and I think we are successful in doing that. After the first year, what we surely managed was to bring back the political culture, or the culture of dialogue, without scaring people, without intimidation, with having more normal dialogue, also as politicians, because being in a function, it's extremely important that you are an example to your fellow citizenship. That means listen to them, also hearing them and engaging them in a political process. That meant that we opened the door to the civil society, included NGOs at our work of the government, tried to ensure that there is no political interference in the public broadcaster, in the national press agency. It's not an easy task. It's a heavy task, because at the same time, it opens the door for all sorts of debates, and of course everyone can say everything. But I think when you come to the European debate, honestly, what is my biggest fear is how to bring people to come to vote. Because quite often, at least in our discussions, I see when there's something goes wrong, the Brussels is to blame. When we do good things, we are heroes. And this narrative is quite often present in our discussions. So it's very abstract to speak about European policies because they are far away and people are concerned about daily food, daily values to survive. And what we try now to do is, at least what I, having this long European background, and I'm very proud of our European idea and the Nobel Peace Prize that we received, is to really engage people to discuss what does it mean, where are we currently in the EU, what are the values. Look at young generation. They don't know about the war. They were given to EU. They were given every right of freedom of travel, of single currency, of education, of health system, everything. They don't understand why the EU is there, and that was built on the margins of war and poverty, and it can happen again. So we have to change narrative also for young generations. We have to bring them and make tangible our things. And quite often I see, and I was a journalist myself, a big challenge in communicating European policies. They are far away to our citizens. And the Brussels, now I can say from outside, because I face that every day, it seems like a political elite somewhere far from our hearts. And even in our society, people are dealing with, whether they come to a doctor, to a specialist, have, a school tomorrow for decent conditions, etc. So this we have somehow to put in line. This is part of Europe. And today I really, stronger than ever, believe that not a single country in European Union, be it big Germany or small Slovenia, can survive, and this comes back to my first answer, in a big globalized world. With so many challenges that we are so vulnerable, with so many conflicts, climate, extreme weather conditions. And I'll just give one example. Back in August in Slovenia, we faced the worst floods ever in our country. There were two, at least, lessons we learned. First, solidarity. We experienced such solidarity that from number one, we felt not only Slovenians, but Europeans, because all countries and the whole Europe all stood with us, and here you come to solidarity mechanism and the support you achieve. And these are things tangible people see. And the second, what we learned is that we are absolutely not prepared for extreme weather conditions. And these are topics where we really have to work hand in hand to make Europe resilient, to do recovery, not only after the economic challenges because of the war, energy insecurity, or food strong, high prices, I see no alternative to strong and united and even enlarged Europe in a geopolitics of today. So that is what we have to explain to our people and engage them that they do understand what is at stake. Thank you.
Yeah. Enlargement is a good keyword, because I would like to bring you back once in the discussion. Wegen der Erweiterungsdebatte, die ja gerade wieder wirklich an Dynamik.
So the enlargement debate is getting ahead with the reform debate. You just said so, Katharina said so. If we look towards the instruments that the European Union has at hand in order to protect and save democracy, it's now a question of political will. But we have very strong voices who say that on the instrument level, we need a strengthening. We have the conditionality mechanism. We have the dialogue for the rule of law. So there are a few instruments at our hands, but it does not seem to be sufficient. So what would we need to improve at the instrument level in order to be better prepared for an enlargement round? Okay. I'll start with the product placement with the FES office in Brussels. We have published a policy paper where it's right about that. Just briefly, the conclusion is that we do have quite a few instruments, and that the instruments and the hands of the European Union should be sufficient. So the conditionality mechanism, so the violation of the treaty, sanctions and hard measures and soft measures, so all the different dialogue formats that are already in place. So basically, it's all about political will, you're right. So it's not only about implementing those instruments, but if we have a government that really has the objective to do away with democracy, then it's very difficult to find a different channel than the politics. And this is, I'm sorry, this is like the conclusion of the paper. But I would like to add something just briefly. As you mentioned rightly, I do follow closely on the electoral campaign in Poland. And I'm quite happy that the EU has become an issue, and not only in the negative sense. So the Peace Party, of course, is trying to gain ground or to express themselves against the EU. But people see and perceive that the European Union is a huge value. We're talking about Schengen. We're talking about frozen funds. It's about the image and the role of Poland in the world and in the EU. So I'm not really that pessimistic.
Was ich sagen will, ist, dass vielleicht
what I want to say, maybe we can report positively about the EU and talk about it and make a difference. But maybe we'll have to be in such a dramatic situation, like now the
Rechtsstaatlichkeit, Entschuldigung.
The fight for the rule of law. But I think the EU is present in our public debate, and I think not everything is lost. Katharina, so this would be the perfect handover to you before we kick off our closing round. I do have a close look at the watch here. And you said in your speech that we have to emotionalize the debate about Europe. And this is something that we get from science, that whenever we need more democratic cohesion, we need more optimism. And the look towards the future cannot be a dystopian one all the time. And then, of course, the right-wing parties are talking about the apocalypse, about the abyss, and they are fostering this negative dialogue. The Social Democrats, well, maybe after the financial crisis, after the inflation, the pandemic, people feel that a lot has changed in their lives. But Social Democrats like to talk about change. So this is something that we have addressed here as well. Change in the treaties, climate neutrality, enlargement, and all those issues that mean change. But there's a field of tension between the need to feel security and, on the other hand, the need to change. So this might be quite a general question. Is there any guiding principle or any guiding image you would like to start into the electoral campaign that has to do with field of tension?
Ich glaube schon, dass die Konservativen, die Populisten.
Well, I do think that the conservatives and the populists, those that are at the rightmost margin, do work with a change, like a change rhetoric. They want to go back to the old family model, to the time where the administration did have a lot less to say. And yes, you're right, it has to be a positive outlook. The world changes, full stop. This is not something that we can change. We cannot go back. So we have to create positive narratives about where we are heading, where we want to go, and the role that Europe takes up in all this. And many different things have been mentioned. I think for the young generation, it's more about what Tanja said as well, that we have to highlight what comes without saying. I mean, people are giving a lot of benefits, and many people don't see it. Erasmus is just one example for the young generation. And then maybe you can do a lot with mentioning the Brexit. This, of course, is a negative aspect, but if you want to know what you lose, just look towards the UK. So you see perfectly fine what happens when it's not there anymore.
Die Solidarität, die Europa bedeutet.
But the solidarity that Europe means. Tanja just referred to solidarity during the floods in August, and Maria with the pandemic, our natural disasters, the energy union. We see on a daily basis that we can tackle all those different issues a lot better when we stand together. And the same applies to economic growth, the transformation of our economy, the digitization. This is something that knows no borders. So this is not something that we could down on our posters for the electoral campaign, but it's more about the basic, like the mindset of people to awaken this positive discourse. I think we cannot really do without the negative aspects, because we have to mobilize our own people. We have to make perfectly clear what happens when this one goes wrong. So it's really a very grim situation. I've said so. When we have this right-wing shift in the parliament, then as progressive politicians, we don't really have a lot of margin to change things. So I think we have to make clear that it is important to fight against the right.
Die beiden Sachen kombiniert.
So those two things combined.
Ich würde gerne eine
I would like to kick off a final round, and Tanja can say something in her final round, so please keep them on.
noch mal eine ganz kurze Runde machen.
Just one last round.
Wir haben jetzt viele Vorschläge auch gehört.
We have heard many different proposals. Let's talk about prioritizing. If you were to be able to implement this one thing, where you say this would have an impact in order to strengthen democracy, what would be your first up priority? Let's start out with science. Matthias, please. The science never can really bring it down to one simple aspect. We always say it's complex. It does have different causes, but empirically stating, it's very important to have political education, plus social justice. We have many aspects when it comes to the big earners. But when we bring this all together, we can make resilience happen. I said so. Political education, first and foremost. So resilience starts out with resilient and well-informed people. So we need our citizens being informed enough in order to be able to distinguish between disinformation and true information. They have to understand democracy. They have to understand how the European Union works, and they have to have the confidence. So education and trust. Tanja.
Yes, thank you. I wrote, just don't be scared, but a few ideas. Optimism, pessimism, realism. I often like to say pessimism doesn't work because you cannot resolve any problem being pessimist. But I think it's good to be realist. Even not optimism, sometimes, don't give false hopes to people. deliver what you can. Go with small things. People can read. They see what's happening. So we have to understand the world around that we are capable to delivering. So that's why I say it's good to be realist and work together with people. And we can actually give a lot to each other, and we are giving a lot to each other. And we can also, as Europeans, give a lot to the outside world of Europe. So let's be proud and self-confident. Let's protect, embrace, and strengthen what we have. Let's respect each other. And let's somehow make people live in safe environment with normal living conditions and in dignity. And this is what Europe is really strong about. So this message we have to give to people, but to be politicians that can live in a very real and hard world, and we can deliver if we are aware and conscious of what is happening around us.
Katharina.
Ich schließe mich natürlich allem an, was schon gesagt worden ist.
Fully agree with what's been said. Maybe two additional aspects there to protect the free media landscape. We have not really talked sufficiently about it. The media are under a lot of pressure. So from our journalists, and concentration all in one hand. I think we could spend a whole day talking about our free press. It's so important to have this well-informed debate. And then the last thing would be encounter. I think we don't need this theoretical construct of the European Union. We need that people meet one another, that we have those encounters, that we learn the language of our neighbors. I say that because I live close to the border. Exchange
mit dem Ausland gemacht haben.
Is so immensely important. I think everyone should make this exchange at least once in a lifetime.
Begegnung ist auch das.
Yes, encounter. I think this is exactly what we try to provide here at the Tiergarten conference, and the best moment is now the break. So I would like to fare you well. I think it has become quite clear that we as Social Democrats don't have to stay put, that we really have to have this special going on for the democracy. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. I wish you a nice break and an interesting rest of the day.
I will slowly welcome you all back after the coffee break here at the Tiergarten conference. Hope everyone is refreshed a little bit, and then we can start with this next panel of today's conference. My name is Cedric Koch. I work here on economic policy at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and I'll be moderating this next panel, which is entitled Sovereignty Needs Financing: How can the EU sustainably protect its economic strength? Allow me to introduce our panelists first here on stage for this discussion. To my right, we have Professor Tom Krebs. He's Professor of Macroeconomics and Economic Policy at the University of Mannheim, and also the recipient of this year's special Hans Matthöfer Prize for Economic Policy Research of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Next, we have Johannes Lindner. He is co-director of the Jacques Delors Center, an EU policy think tank here in Berlin. And before, he also long worked at the ECB, last as the head of the EU Institutional Relations and Fora Division. Great to have you here. Finally, we have Daniela Schwarzer. She is executive board member at the Bertelsmann Foundation and honorary professor at the Free University of Berlin. We've already had the pleasure of having you this morning. Great that you're joining us for this panel as well. Thank you. Now, before I introduce the keynote speaker, who will be filling the last seat on this panel, we have another short video scenario which will kick us off and set the stage for this panel discussion. Which I hope will start now.
Es ist das Jahr 2025.
The year is 2025, and competition between the US and China for high-tech leadership is putting Germany and Europe under pressure. The US is pushing for far-reaching action to prevent technology transfers and to defend its supremacy. The US's demand to restrict business with China. Otherwise, tough sanctions will be imposed. China is also prepared to impose heavy sanctions if Germany gives in to the US's demand. Not only the automotive industry is at risk of losing one of its most important sales markets, the German government is caught in a dilemma, and things get even more difficult than that. In order to exert pressure, the US is calling NATO security guarantees into question. In terms of security policy, the decision is clear, but what impact will it have on the economy?
Yes, so with this rather gloomy backdrop, the scene is set for our panel today. I'm very honored and happy to welcome our keynote speaker for this occasion. She's the leader of the Social Democratic Party of Sweden and its current opposition leader, and has previously served her country as Prime Minister and as Finance Minister between 2014 and 2021. With that valuable experience at the highest level, she'll give her keynote address now, entitled Progressive Policy for Economic Strength in the Long Term, Energy Transition, Industrial Policy and Competitiveness. It's my pleasure to welcome you on stage, Ms. Magdalena Andersson. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks for organizing this event. Many thanks to the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. The topic of this panel is how we strengthen our economy in the long term. And maybe the most important way to do that might be doing what the previous panel actually discussed: protect our democracies. Because it is in democracies where people can think freely and discuss, where new ideas flourish. And it is in democracies with strong institutions and norms that companies can grow and flourish. But the far right is strengthening their positions globally, all across Europe, and no country is vaccinated. Just look at Sweden. Our second largest party, and the party that the government is completely dependent on in every decision they take, is founded by neo-Nazis. And they are now using their new position to threaten and silence critical voices, just as we see right-wing authoritarian governments in other European countries and around the world act. So it's clear we have to fight for our democracies. In the 90s, we thought the world would go in the other direction. With trade and increased living standards across the globe, former authoritarian countries would turn into democracy. By now, it's blatantly obvious we were wrong. And this is making us question old truths about trade. The video highlighted this in relation to China and the US, but for many in Europe, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a wake-up call to think about our economic interdependencies. And since February last year, we have been painfully aware of the risk we expose ourselves to when relying on imports from autocracies or dictators. And this has stirred a debate about our interdependencies with authoritarian regimes. And how to de-risk is the question we are asking ourselves right now. All this has strengthened the argument for actually doing the green transition and speeding it up. And this is actually a good thing, since this is something we have to do, and we already knew that. The world is transitioning right now, and of course, Europe should be on board. And speeding up green transition, it is about economic sovereignty. And indeed, it's also about long-term economic strength. And because this is about long-term economic strength, it can also, if we choose to, letting it be about making ordinary people's lives better. And thus, that is why we need to make the green transition a social democratic transition. Then how do we do that? Well, first of all, we have to recognize that there is a global investment race taking place right now, and that governments across the world, they seek to attract investments that make their countries the place for large-scale production of batteries or green energy or fossil-free steel. And those who would win this race, they can expect higher growth, tens of thousands of new jobs, and a safer future. In Sweden, we see this happening right now. Previously neglected areas, not at least up in the far north, they are no longer struggling with high unemployment or depopulation, but how to build housing, infrastructure, and schools quick enough to meet up with the expansion and the new inhabitants. And in these places, the jobs that are created, they are good jobs with good salaries and good working conditions. So these jobs are definitely worth racing for, not at least if you're a social democrat. Secondly, we need to focus on fundamentals. Fundamentals that make Europe an attractive place for investments. Fundamentals that make companies that are already here wanting to stay. Let me just mention a few areas. Many companies today want to invest where there is an abundance of green electricity. This is an important factor why Sweden has made it to the forefront. So we need investments in large scale. This is happening, but we definitely need to speed this up in Europe. Then, of course, companies want qualified people to hire. But with the aging population, labor shortage will be a growing problem in Europe in the coming years. So we need good policies to increase labor supply. And there is definitely potential there in Europe. And we have to ensure that people can keep up by investing in education and training, of course for children, but also for adults, so that everyone can contribute, but also feel security in time of change. Many of us here are active in politics, and I know one thing that didn't make us activists, and that's permitting procedures. But speeding up permitting procedures will be very important in the coming years to get the investments to Europe. And then, of course, there's the question of capital. There is lots of private capital out there in the world looking for the right fundamentals. The huge investments we see in the northern part of Sweden, I mean, in some cutting-edge projects like fossil-free steel production, there has been a combination of public and private capital, but the big investments, for instance, in battery factories, they have come from basically solely private capital. Without the right fundamentals, we won't be able to enter this race. But the stronger our fundamentals are, the more attractive Europe will be for private capital. And that is why we as social democrats should focus on fundamentals that make Europe an attractive place to invest in. Thirdly, while we act as national leaders to ensure the fundamentals are right, we cannot enter the global race for green investments as individual countries. To truly leverage ourselves, we have to enter this race as a continent. And here we have taken not only important, but actually fantastic steps. With Fit for 55, we are staking out the path ahead. It's a great achievement. But now we also have to walk the walk. And we should set our minds at Europe as a green continent with clusters of green energy enterprises flourishing. In order for that, companies must know that the industries of tomorrow will have the right conditions. And industry must know for certain what Europe's targets and ambitions are. But when discussing this, we should never forget that in times when we think a lot about how we reduce dependencies that have harmed us, we should also remember that Europe's strength has been built on trade. Trade of goods, of services, of openness to new ideas and innovations. We do need to think more carefully about how we expose ourselves to risk. But I think Ursula von der Leyen has expressed it very well. This is not about decoupling. It is about de-risking. Because trade does make the world richer. Globalization has lifted millions and millions of families out of poverty. And therefore, we should never forget this as social democrats. We need global trade to go forward. Finally, even though for us it's so obvious that this is the future, we do see a backlash against the green transition. This backlash has given my country a government explicitly now lowering our ambitions. Exactly those ambitions that are right now giving us investments and new jobs. In Germany, we can see a similar dynamic playing out. Opposition to climate policies are combined with opposition to immigrants and with all things considered woke. And I think it's important that we see this for what it is. It is part of a culture war, not focused on making ordinary people's life better, but to engage people through anger. And a culture war, that's the arena for the far right. Our arena is to make ordinary people's lives better. Social democracy is about strengthening societies, economies, and our people. And therefore, it's absolutely necessary that we have credible policies for making the green transition work for all citizens in Europe, so that we can make Europe a green continent with the industries of tomorrow, where people not only have good jobs, but where their everyday lives is cheaper and better. So if we want Europe to sustainably protect its economic strength, we need to ensure broad public support for the green transition. And to do that, we do need credible policies to get us from culture war to a race for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson, for this insightful keynote, which we will build on in the upcoming discussion. Let me start with you, Daniela Schwarzer, and with the background and the context for European economic policy that Ms. Andersson has sketched, the challenges are large: rising geopolitical tensions, autocracies which weaponize economic interdependence, and a broader trend towards multipolarity within which Europe finds itself. How does Europe, in your perspective, need to rethink how it strengthens itself and protects its economy in this context? And maybe also, how would you assess the current Commission's program in this regard? Because a lot of legislation in the current Commission is focused on this. How would you say, where are we in this process of de-risking, reducing dependencies, and enabling exactly this kind of economic policy that Ms. Andersson has already sketched for us?
Thank you very much for this question. I think we have made a lot of progress over the past 5 years, simply and unfortunately because the risk assessment for our economy had to fundamentally change. We in Germany had, have the experience of going through our energy transition forced by Russia's war on Ukraine to accelerate in a huge way and to diversify our energy sources. And we understood by that to what extent we are vulnerable, and that what some observers had said for quite some time, that economic dependency may for some time at least create stability, but if your counterpart is an authoritarian leader with a very clear outlook on his or their own strategy, you have to be extremely cautious. And so my assessment of where the EU is today is that this has sunk in with regards to Russia, definitely, 1 or 2 countries left aside maybe, and with regards to China more broadly than was the case 5 years ago. What does that mean? I think the EU has set up a reasonable set of instruments to protect its own economy, first of all by creating transparency. Take, for instance, the foreign direct investment regulation that member states had to implement nationally, which at least creates more knowledge about where external players, in particular China, invest in our own economies and where vulnerabilities exist. I can go more into the protection side, but let me briefly, for reasons of time, speak about the more proactive side. I think what we are facing right now is a moment where we are seriously, for the first time in long decades, are really discussing industrial policy in a good way. We have to, because we see that we are facing 2 other very big and very important markets, the Chinese market and the American market, where in very different ways the state plays a very important role in the economy. If we look at the US, we see substantive changes over the past just 2 years, how the US administration has started to invest itself in shaping the industrial future of the United States. And very unfortunately, although we have a very transatlantic president in the White House, major initiatives were not coordinated in a transatlantic way, but were launched in a purely national way. I'm thinking about the CHIPS Act, where we had a parallel development in the US and in Europe. And there was some conversation, but there was no coordination whatsoever. And once both laws were passed, both sides started speaking with each other. For the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which essentially is the huge public investment program to green the US economy, which as such is good, it is one of the US pieces of legislation that put the most pressure on Europe's economy. So taking those 2 examples together, I think we have to be super realistic. We are very far from creating a transatlantic marketplace, which would be inspired by the strategic necessity to bring the political West, which is definitely a defense alliance, together also in a strategic economic way. Now, for Europe, this means we have to take care of our own strength. We should not stop talking to Americans and show that we are an interesting partner. This, in my view, is as true for defense and foreign policy as it is for economic policy, because fundamentally, I think there is a huge mutual interest to be more competitive together. from a European perspective, this also has a strong regulatory component, where we can safely say over the past few years, we were still doing quite well in regulating in the digital area or also in tech, but we risk losing that capacity. So here's the link to what has been earlier discussed about our democracy model, which we need to protect. Tech plays a huge role in this. So I think what we need in Europe, and for reasons of time, I maybe stop here, I have lots of other things to share, but I think the point is really that we have to look at our own strategy in a very holistic way, combining at least three areas. That is economic prosperity and distribution within the EU. So there's an external side, I've mostly focused on that, but the internal side of ensuring cohesion within the EU is essential. Secondly, the resilience of our democracies, and more generally, resilience also pertaining to infrastructure and other areas, because we will be vulnerable, we will be attacked. So the capacity to bounce back has to be thought together with sort of the economic and wealth base, the distribution base, and the democracy base. And once we have that sorted out, the external dimension, going into economic, financial policy, but also foreign and security policy comes into play. And this is where Europe needs to continue to have the ambition to act as a shaper of global governance mechanisms and rules that are under pressure and that will change. And unless we make sure we have the resilience and the growth base internally, we will not be able to defend our interests externally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite a program for the EU there that you sketched rightly. Tom, let me turn it to you and bring it a little bit, building on what you said, to the industrial policy topic, which is one of the key shifts that we've seen in recent years, of course. A much greater willingness to use active industrial policy to intervene, to shape how businesses reorder supply chains, incentivize them towards the green and digital transition, to speed up things that are already underway. Why did the policy recipes we followed before no longer work, in your perspective, so that this turn became possible from an economic point of view? And maybe also, what are the main planks of that we've done in Germany? Where are we standing in this policy shift at the moment?
Yes, thank you for the question. I always have to quarrel or argue with the assumption behind that question. You said something like, why did the recipe work in the past? You didn't, but it doesn't work anymore. I would argue it didn't work in the past. And I think it's very important for us if we move forward, well, not for us, but maybe for a social democratic party, to acknowledge first, to analyze first what went wrong in the past. By which I mean that the idea, the market liberal idea of a society built around small government and a market economy and commodification doesn't really deliver. It didn't deliver the growth. It had terrible effects on huge sections of the population. And I don't see that discussion happening in Germany. And the US, not the US, the Biden administration just got it. And they turned around and said, no, I mean, you guys have been crazy. They completely shut out the mainstream economists, of course not openly. They have nothing to say anymore. And that's for the better. And so let me just be more precise about what I mean in terms of failure. First of all, it's not a surprise. It was always a fairy tale, right, to think that we can have a market economy and that we equate political freedom to economic freedom. And more economic freedom means automatically more democracy. So that's our theme also. That was always a fairy tale. Basic assumptions and conclusions never held in economics. So industrial policy. So we said for 30 years, industrial policy never works. Wrong. Empirically, it was always wrong, by the way. We had these papers. But neoliberal economists always rewrote history. And I don't think you should take that for granted, that rewriting of history. Second, minimum wages always increase unemployment. Wrong, completely wrong. They always. Of course it can increase unemployment, okay? Price control should not be used to fight inflation. Wrong. Public infrastructure should be privatized. Wrong. In terms of not delivering economically. I'm not even talking about distribution. Economically, it didn't deliver in many cases. I'm not saying we should go back to everything, but and that's that discussion we need to have. And why? Because you cannot put forward a positive narrative if you use the language of the past. So let me give you one example from today, and I've heard many examples. And I apologize in advance for being very German in the language police, but I need to pick an example, not to be too abstract. So Lars Klingbeil in the beginning said something about industrial policy is good. It's a good job policy. That's, by the way, what the Biden administration always emphasizes. It's about good jobs in a climate-neutral economy. That's it. Poor worker. That's it. And you all said that, but then there was a little sentence, we don't want a subsidy race. That's the language of the past. First of all, a race is not necessarily bad. And I don't think it's wrong to, and secondly, industrial policy is always subsidies, smart subsidies for green investment. And I don't think there's anything wrong to respond positively to the Inflation Reduction Act by saying we need a European Inflation Reduction Act, which subsidizes, of course, in a smart way. Of course, what we mean also, and there I agree, within Europe, we have to make sure that everybody can implement the subsidies. Sure, that's a financing issue. But it's the old language of subsidy race. And why do I say this? Because in concrete policy discussions in Germany, when I and others try to put forward concrete proposals for industrial policy, you always get a pushback with general language of that type. Of course, never any concrete counter-proposal, nothing, just pushback. And that's the danger of using this language. Sorry for being the language police, but that's always one of the many examples where if you use the language and the mindset and don't go back and actually acknowledge that it was an utter failure along many dimensions, then I don't think you will succeed in the future.
Thank you, Tom. Johannes, let me turn it to you, because on these issues, of course, there's quite a broad diversity of views within the EU. It's not that everyone agrees with Tom or even with what Daniela has been saying on these matters. Within the EU member states, we see quite a range of positions on this issue. Some who would like to stay more or less with what we have been doing in the past within the EU on economic policy. Some who want more radical fundamental changes. Some who want maybe looser state aid rules, but keep the rest of Europe within the same structures that we have. How would you assess the current economic policy debate among member states in this regard? And what are the main camps that you observe? Maybe also give us an idea of where the fault lines are within Europe in this discussion. And yeah, I'm also curious about your outlook for the coming years. Is this going to change more into the direction of making industrial policy broadly acceptable as an economic policy tool within the EU? Or will it be a fraught discussion for years to come?
I think what's very important is that we start with an analysis on where do we come from. And that is a Europe that has been very much in tune with the Washington Consensus, and for good reasons. But it's a Europe that had a strong focus on economic integration, had regulation as a key instrument, had a small budget to compensate those that would be the loser of a market integration, and had a state aid framework that sets the frame for limiting national industrial policy. And I think that is challenged. And the question is for how far it is challenged and how do we react to it. I think there is a broad consensus that security is much more important nowadays, and there's a broad consensus that we probably need to have a stronger role of the state in the economy to help creating resilience and to improve and help improving competitiveness in a world, as Daniela describes, where also other countries are doing interventionist industrial policy. Now, what does it mean for Europe and how to change Europe? And I think there are different camps. So there are one that say, well, let's maybe not weaken the current framework, and let's also limit industrial policy. We could have resilience, and if I may, a bit also what you said about the relevance of trade still for ensuring resilience. So that's one camp. Then there's the other camp that says, no, we need to accept that we need to have instruments at the European level that is, in fact, industrial policy, and we need financing for it. So financing for European industrial policy. And then there is a middle camp, and that's a camp that says, okay, we need probably industrial policy, but we want to finance it nationally. And I think, and Lars made this point in the speech, I think that camp at the moment seems to win the day. The Commission seems to also have moved in accepting that, but it comes with costs. And I think the costs are fragmentation, because not all member states can subsidize their national industries. Think of energy-intensive industries. If Germany is subsidizing this year or supporting this year, what is the situation for other countries, member states with such energy-intensive industry? So this comes with cost for the fragmentation of the single market, and it's also, quite frankly, you're not using the potential of the single market to the full extent. Because in a way, from a single market perspective, wouldn't it be better some of the energy-intensive industries to go there where the solar panels in Spain are, and therefore you use some of the comparative advantages from a European perspective. So I think there it's important to have that debate. It's not an easy debate because it's about financing, but it's also a debate about governance. I mean, big distributive decisions have to be made, and you have to have the government that legitimizes it and does the effective decisions. And then I think there's another point, and that's very important. It's that the industrial policy debate is one facet, but there is still a single market agenda that needs to be pursued. And that is a single market for energy, a single market for capital. I mean, Lars Klingbeil mentioned Capital Markets Union. It's a single market. It's a single market agenda for transport, and so on. So I think there is still a broad agenda that needs to be addressed. And ideally, you would want to have a sort of compromise where you take member states on board on that broader single market agenda, and nevertheless get support for addressing the issue of financing at the European level.
Thank you. That was helpful. Magdalena, let me turn it back to you. In recent years, member states have often struggled to be coordinated when they try to address economic policy responses to the various crises that we've had in the recent years. And I mean, Lars Klingbeil also mentioned it this morning, where we have a set of external crises which seem to have hit Europe, which have all large economic dimensions, from COVID to the inflation crisis, and now the green transition or the cost of the climate crisis, as you also mentioned in your keynote address. Does the EU need closer integration, closer coordination on economic policy between member states to be able to respond better to these crises in the future? So if we take, for instance, industrial policy as one field where now we try to respond to the climate crisis, do you think we could improve coordination between member states in this regard?
Well, I mean, basically, we have agreed on many decisions where we do coordinate us, like 50 or 55, for instance, or the Growth and Stability Pact, if countries would stick to it. And if they would have stick to it, we would have been in a completely different position than we are right now. So is there potential for coordination? Yes, if we stick to the decisions we have made. But if we don't stick to the decisions we have made, what's the purpose of making new processes? So I think coordination, absolutely, by sticking to the decisions we have taken together. This includes industrial policy. I mean, in the state aid rules we have, there is room for industrial policy. The question is, I mean, where in the process where should we use our public money? And I think everyone agrees that in a very early stage of new innovations or startups, there's definitely room for private capital. And that is also possible within the state aid rules we have. So there is possible for industrial policy. Then the question is, should we enter a race for more and more public capital or tax money in private industries? And then maybe I'm a bit boring former Minister of Finance. There is not unlimited resources. So we have to ask ourselves, how much of these resources should we put on subsidizing private companies? How much should we put on educating our citizens? How much should we put into building new green energy? Well, that could also, to a large extent, be built by private capital, by the way. That's the question we have to ask ourselves. I think basically that there is the state aid rules make a lot of sense. It's about not putting too much tax money into this, and it's also about letting best man win. The problem is that other countries are not following our state aid rules, like the United States right now, or China. And of course, this makes the situation different. And we have to, we have to adapt to this new situation. And we are right now with the exemptions we have. So we have to find a way forward, but we have to strike the right balance. But by doing this, we have to think that we do have to prioritize where do we want to put our public money and what do we really think does make us most prosperous for the future.
Okay, Tom, let me turn it back to you, because I think you would have a different vision, or you've argued, at least within Germany, that a European Inflation Reduction Act is needed. You've already alluded to it in your previous response. And I mean, just to put the contrast a little bit more concretely, maybe the EU so far has responded mainly with the Green Deal Industrial Plan, which sets targets for the industry to decarbonize, for clean tech, but relies mainly on permitting, as we've heard before, as a tool, on regulation, and on coordinating private sector funding, which is obviously, as Lars also mentioned this morning, going to provide the bulk of the financing for the transition. Why would you say, shortly, is this approach insufficient, as the EU has done so far, and why do we need more compared to what the US and maybe also China is doing? Because as you already mentioned, Ms. Andersson, the others may not follow our recipes.
I wouldn't say it's insufficient. The European Union has done now quite a bit. I mean, just it had to be pushed, and we have the Net Industry Act, right? And we have the Critical Raw Material Act, and if you put them together, and also, then you have the means for exemptions to the state rules, to the state aid rules, which I don't always agree with, but we have the exceptions yet now anyway for green investment. So at a very broad level, certain areas we want to support, and we want to state support, and we have that at the European level. Now the question is, what do we do with it? Right? So, and their financing is an issue. And the first issue I mentioned is sort of the mindset. We first have to agree why economically it might be a good idea, and that's what I try to argue. Actually, more specifically, I can say in a world where you have uncertainty, adjustment cost, and market power. So in the real world, it would make sense to have such a policy where you support, even with subsidies, particular types of investment. And we have always done it. And so in that sense, the European Union has moved forward, but it's stuck now a little bit on the financing side. And it's also stuck on, and it's stuck mainly because of Germany. I think so. And on the financing side, and of course, the mindset of large parts of the German government, of course, is very different. First of all, they don't want industrial policy, really. Only when they see it, how it benefits. But at a broad level, you get the standard neoliberal arguments. So that you have to know. In any German discussion, it's because 95% of the economists are market fundamentalists. That is the case. It's just, so they don't like industrial policy. It's very different in France, where they naturally have an inclination to think in industrial. And by the way, industrial policy does not mean necessarily just supporting big companies, corporations, project-based, which is the European way. I even call industrial policy horizontal industrial policy if I just give a subsidy to any type of investment that makes the economy greener. And we have that in Germany, by the way, as well. We have just implemented it. We just don't have money. And there I come now to the financing part. Market fundamentalism, of course, in the end wants a small government. And the way it creates that is by imposing arbitrary budget constraints. I'm not an MMT person, and I know some, but right now we have an arbitrary budget constraint, or a wrong budget constraint in Germany, a trident attempt, because I don't think the energy crisis is over. We are still feeling the effects of the crisis. The energy crisis, it was already alluded to, has accelerated the transformation process tremendously. It has increased prices for fossil fuels tremendously. That's good for the climate in the end, but it's very hard for the companies and people now to adjust. Plus, it also has increased the price of electricity. That's bad for the transformation, by the way, because it makes investing in electricity-based production less attractive. But electricity is the green transformation. So we have all this problem, and we need more financing from the government side at the European level, and there Germany has to move forward and put in some money, and at the German level, just for investments. And we don't have it because of course, we know why. I mean, we have a part of the government that doesn't want it because it believes in the fiscal mantra that you should balance the books, which in normal times might even make sense on average. But we are not in normal times. And that's my discussion. By the way, before I always correct everybody, I don't think it's a good characterization to say we survived the energy crisis quite well. We did. It could have been worse in Germany. I'm only talking about Germany because of Germany. But in the end, the German economy was expected to grow in 2022 by 4%. We had zero growth and now a recession. That means we already lost 4% of production. Real wages declined more than ever in the last 70 years. That's what matters to people. It doesn't matter to them whether we say, well, the GDP hasn't declined. Who cares? We always say we shouldn't always focus on GDP figures, but then we don't do it. Real wages have declined more than ever. So no wonder people feel the pain. So I don't think it's a good characterization only to say, I know it's a tendency of the German government as well, and I know why. It's okay. No, it's not okay. It's bad. It could have been worse, you can say that. You did a few good things, but it could have been worse. And now there's a real risk and real uncertainty that people lose much more. And that's the situation where you cannot balance the budget. I mean, that makes no sense. In crisis situation, you should hold against with investment, by the way, with investment. I don't even want a consumption subsidy. I don't want standard Keynesian stimulus package. Very clear on that. But there's a lot of scope for public investment, which we don't in Germany and in Europe do because we have the budget constraint preventing it.
Thank you, Tom. This leads us right into an ongoing debate within the EU, actually. Johannes, let me turn it back to you, because, of course, member states are in the process of renegotiating exactly what the scope should be for fiscal policy and to support investment among member states. This year, we've had the multi-annual financial framework, half-time review, and especially the Stability and Growth Pact reform that is ongoing, and that has to be finished by the end of the year, according to what one hears. And from next year on, the old rules otherwise kick back in. And looking ahead, maybe the fiscal policy debates are actually likely to continue in the next years to come, because there was a proposal for an EU sovereignty fund, which has collapsed this year and been sort of shrunk down to the step. And negotiations, as we've also heard this morning from Lars Klingbeil, for a continuation maybe of the Next Generation EU Recovery and Resilience Facility are also likely to come back over the next years. So how would you judge, first of all, maybe the current fiscal rules reform and sort of what the expected result will leave in terms of room for these public investments that Tom has just sketched? And also, how do you expect the debate to go in the next years, especially regarding an EU investment capacity to address exactly those issues?
But first of all, the Commission did a very deliberate choice in not combining the two debates, the debate about the future of the budget and the fiscal rules. They made a proposal on the fiscal rules, and it essentially had 4 components. It was country-specific, or it was introducing more country-specificity, wanted to be prevent pro-cyclical fiscal policy, and wanted to be less complex, and wanted to favor investment. And I think the Commission proposal struck a fair balance. Now, the German government was very critical for 2 reasons. First, they saw that the Commission would get too much power, and it's true that quite a bit of discretion would have been given to the Commission, and using the debt sustainability analysis and so on, which probably would mean that there is a lot of interpretation given to the Commission. And the second point was that they felt and feared that this would make the rules too soft. And I think here some movement has been done, including by the German government, but for me, and there are some signs that there will be now a bit more convergence, accepting also that you would give more space for investment. But I think fundamental it is on the German government to now see whether they want to conclude this or not. And for this, I really hope that we will have a movement and a convergence of the different member states, because you need to seal that debate before Christmas, because otherwise you will not finish it with the parliament before the European elections. But one element I think is very important on this investment, and it leads to the other debate on the future of the budget, which is there is a proposal on excluding co-financing for European programs. And I think that's a good way of incentivizing investment coordinated in the European context. And it's a nice bridge, and Lars mentioned it in his speech, it's a nice bridge to the bigger debate on what kind of budget we want. And that's I would say, the even more important debate for the European level. At the end of 2027, we will have the end of the current MFF, and there will be a debate starting now on what kind of budget we want as of 2028. And I think that is the debate. Draghi has pushed it, and that's the debate that we should have. I mean, one last word, and also because Lars Klingbeil mentioned Draghi, I think Draghi says he is confident that when citizens realize that the current status quo is not viable, that the sovereignty cannot be preserved by the nation state, and that the public goods that are necessary to address this supranational challenge, then they are willing to actually go down the route of more financing at the European level. And I think there is something in that, but that debate needs to be done. And to a certain extent, the next MFF offers an opportunity, because we will not anymore be able to follow the incremental logic. Because in the past, these 5 or 7 years, it was always the same, just a little bit changed. But with the end of Next Generation EU, we will have to repay a lot, plus the financing of Ukraine. So the old logic of incrementalism will not work anymore. And that's an opportunity, because that's a hook for really having a debate what type of budget we want at the European level.
Thank you. I want to add one more context for this in the mix, because Daniela, if I turn it back to you, we've also heard this morning already mentioned that one other context affecting fiscal policy is the planned enlargement of the EU, right? With several states being offered accession prospects as a geopolitical imperative, as we've heard this morning. And you are the co-rapporteur of the working group which has just delivered the report, convened by the German and French governments. And in that report, you argue not only for important institutional reforms like qualified majority voting, but also for increased own resources for an enlarged EU. So if we take the time horizon of round about 2030 for enlargement, which is, I think, the goal that people are looking for, it falls together with this debate of 2027, what happens after the Recovery Resilience Facility and so on. So maybe why did your working group see prospective in EU enlargement as a cause for needing greater EU resources, and how would you propose to finance these? Is it, as Johannes has already just mentioned now, time for this debate within the next multi-annual financial framework, the EU budget, or would you see a special fund along the lines of Next Gen EU as the vehicle that you push for?
Thank you for that question. I first have to say that this chapter was slightly beyond the mandate of our group. But, looking at getting the EU institutionally enlargement ready, of course, we realized that over the past month, since we started in January, the debate and the political attention shifted very strongly from the institutional focus to the policy focus, and hence the funding focus. And I think that's perfectly right. So we said, okay, we are here to work on how the EU in an enlarged way can function. So we looked at the budgetary debate basically from the decision-making perspective. We did not run through the different policies, so we weren't there for that, and we didn't have the composition of the group. But what we basically came down to is pretty much what Johannes just said. Looking at the challenges ahead, first of all, simply extending the existing EU policies to more countries will shift the balance between net payers and net recipients. So some net payers will become some net recipients will become net payers. That already is difficult if you just simply extend the budget and you want everyone to agree to accession. Secondly, the political challenges have changed so substantively that our view was that the policies that are currently the most costly ones are not the most salient ones in the future. So we definitely need the debate on priorities, the new work program for the next 5 years, and then the question how you fund this. And there will be painful shifts. So the losers of today may not be the same losers of tomorrow, and this will have to be politically compensated. Third point, we already have a problem with a lack of convergence in the European Union. And the two major transitions we are going through, digital transformation and green transformation, actually risk enhancing those divergences. If you extend that analysis to the candidate countries, we are in an even more difficult situation once they are in. So the question of internal balancing, and either because you try to create comparable development perspectives for different regions, or you say, what was in Johanna's statement, we put a bet on the stronger ones, and we actually want some degree of concentration, but we still need to compensate those because we don't want to let them fall behind. That is a necessary political and a deeply political and distributive decision. And all these debates, in my view, have to happen before the high phase of the negotiation of the budgetary framework. Regarding the funding side, the report makes two suggestions. One is the question of own resources, and the other one, which I think is maybe even more important, we have had the positive experience of the Next Gen EU fund. Borrowing money in the markets to very, very good conditions, being able to spend the money through loans and grants, was hugely instrumental to get our economy out of the COVID crisis more quickly and to support the transformative agenda. I think for the funding side from this we can learn that it actually works, that the EU goes to the market and borrows. If we are able and then to define the exact priorities, what we need this for. And here I just want to make one final comment going back to Lars' speech. I think framing what the EU should do in a public good perspective is extremely powerful. This goes in a way to the competence question, which we like to avoid in the EU. So we have had creeping competence expansion through the different crises, and frankly, rightly so. So the next financial framework in that regard should also be a moment of truth, that we say, for what public goods should the EU be responsible and help member states in their responsibility? It's not a transfer. It's an additional level where money can be spent more effectively. And this is a far more, let's say, forward-leaning positive tone to add to the debate, what is Europe for, than the way we have previously framed it, essentially in a protective nationalist one, the subsidiarity debate. What should we pull back to the regional, local level or national level? So it's turning around the question in the light of new geopolitical priorities or challenges we have. One final remark, I find it interesting that we have focused so much on the public side of financing on this panel. I think the private side, and Capital Markets Union was mentioned, is absolutely necessary. Johannes mentioned the reconstruction of Ukraine. This is just one example to say we need to worry about the conditions for private investment. If Ukraine doesn't have some kind of security framework, private investment won't flow in, and Europe will be overburdened in funding this purely through public means. Same applies to the EU and some candidate countries. As long as financial market actors don't believe there's going to be stability and credibility and sustainability, the money won't come, private money. And we can see that Europe, both in terms of stock market evaluations, but also in terms of FDI and then startup funding, lags behind considerably compared to the US, for instance. And that's why, among many other things, the question of Capital Markets Union, which sounds essential, sounds technical, is actually politically essential. Thank you.
Thank you for this reminder. I think it goes back also to something that Ms. Andersson has mentioned in her keynote, back to the basics, right, to creating the right conditions also for private actors to finance the priorities that we have. Magdalena Andersson, I still want to take it back to the debate that we've had before and to the context that have been sketched by the other participants also. The context of enlargement, the context of investment needed to spur up the transition, the context of industrial policy being done and risking fragmentation if we don't find a common European solution. How do such demands sound to a former Swedish finance minister, as you've mentioned before, with the hat that you put on? Under your party's leadership, of course, Sweden accepted the historic Next-Gen EU Recovery Fund, right? And we have already heard why it was so important for the EU. In this new context that also Lars Klingbeil sketched this morning, would you be open to, or would you consider an idea like an energy union financing public goods, as have been mentioned before, through also common European funds as something viable, at least in the medium term, if we take this perspective now of 2027, 2030 maybe? And how would you expect this debate in a difficult context like Sweden, as it is here in Germany, I imagine?
When we decided on Next Generation EU during COVID, it was during exceptional circumstances. We were negotiating one afternoon, one whole night. Then we went to do the ordinary work, and then we negotiated another night. Then we agreed. We also agreed that this was a one-off. This would never happen again. I like when people keep their words. So I don't understand. Well, it's not personal to you, but all those who were in the room who decided this was a one-off. I think it would be good for Europe if people keep their words. Why are we discussing this at all? Well, the reason is that several countries have not stuck to the agreements we have made. We decided not to have public debt higher than 60% of GDP. Now several countries in the European Union and also in the euro have so high debts that they have true economic problems. And it's not only about Greece, it's also Italy. France has very high public debt, so has Belgium. Because they didn't stick to what we agreed upon. Of course, we are friends and we're all in the European Union. Of course, we have to help each other. But when we do this, we also have to find a way so that we in the future actually stick to what we decide upon together. We've helped Greece in a fantastic way, and not at least the German taxpayers, to be honest. Of course, I was also part of these negotiations. It was the right thing. But we also have, when we discuss further, we also really have to discuss how do European countries not end up in this situation again. And adding on a lot of more public debt is not necessarily the right answer. But we are in the same union, we are friends, of course we help each other. But to be friendly is also to have high expectations, that we stick to the promises we do make to each other. And I think we should not underestimate how toxic this is among citizens. The second largest party in Sweden, I mentioned before, the Sweden Democrats, it's a terrible party. They want Sweden to evaluate our membership in the European Union. And they want to change our law so it would be easier to leave the European Union if the parliament decides so. So just one single decision in parliament. That is where we are now. With more of Swedish taxpayers' money going into Europe, which we could decide is the right thing to do or not. The question is not going to be less toxic. And I'm afraid it's already very toxic in the Netherlands. It is in Denmark. It could very well spread to Germany. So we have to balance this in the right way so we don't by going in this direction, actually destroys what we love, namely the European Union.
Unfortunately, with the view to time, we have to close this here. I would love to have continued this debate for longer, but I think the love that we feel for the European Union is a nice closing statement from your side also, which can inspire us for the agreements to come, for the debates to be had in the future. Thank you very much for being here for this panel. I can now immediately announce the next panel, which we will continue without a break. We will have another short video clip introducing the next topic of defense policy, moving away from the economic side. And then my colleague Tina Blum will welcome you back here again for the next panel. Thank you very much.
The year is 2025, and the newly elected Republican administration in the United States is reorienting its foreign and security policy. Following a failed vote in the US Congress on further financial and military aid, the US suspends its support for Ukraine in the war against Russia. Also under discussion is a drastic reduction in the US troop presence in Europe. The threat of a security vacuum is dividing the countries of Europe and creating uncertainty throughout the NATO alliance. Right-wing populist governments in France, Spain, and Italy are increasingly focusing on domestic conflicts, while the United Kingdom and the Netherlands stand firmly by their commitment to supporting Ukraine in its conflict with Russia. What consequences would such a policy shift in the US, combined with a political shift to the right in Europe, have for the world order as we know it? What if the unity of NATO is increasingly called into question? And what does that mean for Germany?
Ja, ein ganz herzliches Willkommen zu diesem vierten Panel.
Warm welcome to this fourth panel of the day. You have learned a lot already throughout the morning, but we will provide you with a next highlight, and I'm happy to be able to talk about our security and defense policy in Europe. The central question is of how Europe can defend itself, and this is something that we would like to discuss with our four panelists that you see here on the stage. I would like to briefly present them. We have Pia Voorhoop to the left. She's the Deputy Research Group Leader for Security Policy for the Foundation for Science and Politics. Next to her, Niels Schmid, who is the Parliamentary Group Spokesperson for the SPD for Foreign Affairs. He will provide a keynote speech. It will kick off the discussion. Then we have Benjamin Haddad, which you have already got to know in the morning, where we talked already a little bit about the French support for Ukraine. This is something that we definitely refer to. He is the spokesperson of the parliamentary group Renaissance in the National Assembly. And last but not least, here to my right side, Michael Wertz, who is senior fellow at the Center for Progress and advisor for North American multilateral affairs to the Munich Security Conference. So this is our panel. What would we like to talk about throughout the day? We have said already quite a bit about it. We know that the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine has revealed the weaknesses of our defense system in Europe. We all know that we need more cooperation, but what exactly does cooperation in Europe mean? And what are the objectives, the goals of this cooperation? Furthermore, what is the role of the European Union in the world when it comes to security policy and peace? And last but not least, what is it that Germany can do in order to support those endeavors? We've seen this scenario that when it was recorded might have seemed to be far ahead, but with what has been happening in the Congress, this might have moved a bit closer. So we would like to know more about the tension field we have between the US and China and where Europe situates itself in. And this morning, with the speech of Lars Klingbeil, we have heard that our aim is a security union. So let's dig deeper into what this actually means and what we expect when we hear strategic autonomy or sovereignty. And with that, I've said enough. Niels, I would like to ask you to step forward and start with your keynote speech with a focus on the role of Germany.
Ja, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, meine Damen.
Yes, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the invitation. First of all, I'd like to say a few words on the defense of Europe. First of all, we have to understand that the military component does play a role in international relations. I think this is one of the central outcomes when we consider the war in Ukraine. Foreign policy, unfortunately, has a military component. It might be unfortunate, but this is the way it is. So that we have the NATO, that we cooperate in Europe, this is something that we have to think more about than in the past. Second,
Ziehen sich relativ gesehen aus den
the US Americans retrieve from the security policy issues in Europe. Therefore, we need more European sovereignty in those issues. European sovereignty is no deviation from the NATO or from the USA, but a realistic perception of reality, which means right now that we depend quite a lot from the US contributions, that this will stay that way for some time, and this is why we keep on supporting NATO, but we want to extend the European pillar of the NATO, and then that in some fields we will have to act independently without the need to rely on the USA. This means that we need sufficient armed forces and defense industry. So it means that we need the right technology, the right armament technology in Europe, and to not depend on others in that question. Then, of course, it has to go without saying that Europe can buy submarines, fighter jets, and battle tanks, and that this, of course, is something where we have to become more sovereign. And then when it comes to volumes, when we talk about the procurement of ammunition, then we will have to have sufficient capacities within the European Union. The support of Ukraine ends up being the situation where we try to cover the production capacity with our own European means, and that we're able to respond quickly with what is available on the world market with friendly nations like the USA and Israel in order to fill up our own stocks that have shown to be or to have a few gaps. And at the same time, the fighter jets, the tanks of the future have to be developed within the Union. And this is not only due to the political will, but we have different timelines. So when does this or that tank become obsolete? When do we need new fighter jets in Germany or in France? Or how can we synchronize the development of new weapon systems with the needs of certain countries when different nations or different models become obsolete? But with the FCAS and the subsequent model of the Leopard, it seems to not look that dire when it comes to the French-German collaboration. And then when we share our efforts between NATO and EU, although the position of NATO has been strengthened, is the implementing of the strategic compass of the EU. We are talking about an intervention group from the EU, or an intervention army, armed forces, and it's about tackling different questions of disinformation, of asymmetric warfare. So this is the concrete mission that we find ourselves in Europe, and with views to the European elections, it is all about strengthening the institutions.
Dem Ressort von Herrn Breton.
With the department of Monsieur Breton, we have taken up the issue of armament and defense for the first time, and we might need a minister of defense that really reflects the sovereignty in the defense policy part. And when implementing the EU compass, it will depend on the fact if we can strengthen our resources in Brussels. And this as well is something where the European elections will set the tracks, and not only because we have to support Ukraine, but as well because this is something that we have discussed with the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. In that sense, I hope that we will have an interesting discussion. I'd like to keep it brief because I think it's more important to provide more room for the discussion, and I'm more readily be a discussant than a speaker. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Niels, for these short but very, very concise opening remarks. We have agreed on this panel to speak English in the second half for the discussion, for it's our common language here on the panel. So we are going to do that. If you need the headphones, please feel free to use them. And we also have decided that after a short keynote speech, we want to have short questions and short answers, so that we have a bit more of a debate. Benjamin, I'm going to start out with you for the first question. You've heard from what Niels has said now, what are the key debates currently in Germany, the key positions on European security and defense policy. How do you in France reflect the debate in Germany on European defense and security issues at the moment?
Sure. First, I admire the fact that you can have debates in English here in Berlin, in German institutions. I'm not sure we would have the same in Paris, for better or worse. You started, Niels, by saying that military power plays a role in foreign policy. And I'll start here as well, because I strongly agree. And I think we are witnessing a form of a realist moment in Europe, where we still share the same values: peace, democracy, freedom, rule of law. But we also come to the realization, for me, the main turning point was 2014, although I think for most people it might have been 2022, that the rest of the world doesn't work that way. And that if you want to protect our way of life and our European values, you need to be able to defend our security and export security as well in our neighborhood, as we're seeing the unraveling around us, from the war against Ukraine by Russia, the Caucasus, of course the question of migration and protecting our borders. And we do this in a context where we see maybe shifting priorities, if not worse, coming from the United States. Now, I say this with a big caveat. I know the US well. I've lived there for 7 years recently. And I think the Biden administration needs to be applauded for the way it supported Ukraine, for the way it's also been able to sustain transatlantic unity a year and a half into the war. But we see what's happening in Congress today. We see how Ukraine, unfortunately, is starting to become a very polarized political issue in the United States. We hear the Republican primary, not only Trump, but also DeSantis and Ramaswamy, who are saying, why are we spending money to protect the border of Ukraine where we have a crisis in our own border with migration? And putting aside even Ukraine, if tomorrow we had a major crisis on the European periphery, let's say in the Western Balkans, on our continent, would we see a lot of appetite coming from America left and right to intervene on the behalf of European security? Even in the 90s, at the height of what we call the unipolar moment, the confidence and growth in the US and the Clinton administration, it still took years for the administration to get involved in Bosnia, and we Europeans were completely unable to prevent a genocide on European soil. So I think we have to draw the consequences from this, not against or without our allies, and our first ally is the United States, and clearly the war has brought back, I think, NATO and its purpose of collective defense to the fore. But we have to be able to give ourselves the capabilities to defend our interest and security on our own if necessary. And this is clearly, I think, the objective and vision that President Macron has laid out in the last few years. I think he's haunted by the possibility of Europe dropping out of history and being sort of a passive theater between China, the United States, and maybe Russia as well. And so how do we develop the tools, energy security, defense, technology, to be able to, on the core areas, border control, on the core areas of sovereignty, being able to act on our own and defend our interests. I think that's the challenge that we're going to face in the next few years. We've made a lot of progress already, I think, in the past years. If we look at the way we responded to COVID, the Next Generation EU Fund, if we look at everything we've been doing for Ukraine, I think that's this geopolitical context and challenges that we face and force us now to invest in common tools of sovereignty.
Allow me a quick follow-up question. I think we all agree that we need a strong French-German partnership to do that. How do you judge that partnership at the moment? If you look at the two joint projects that there are, the future combat air system and the main ground combat system, one could say there's a bit of, it's a back and forth in terms of the advantages being made. What would you say, what is needed to give that a push?
Well, first, if you allow me to not answer directly to your question as a politician, the Franco-German partnership is so core to us for historical reasons that are obvious. And even if we have differing visions and differing interests on certain issues, like energy, like the common energy market or nuclear or defense, we need to continue this conversation. I think we can be very open about the fact that we have differences. And yet, I'm here, President Macron is here with Chancellor Scholz, and we try to hash them out. And I think it should be an absolute priority for both our political classes. However, I do think, and I speak from a French perspective, talking to a German audience, maybe I won't make many friends, but that we in France have invested so much in the partnership with Germany over the last few decades that sometimes we have forgotten to invest also in other partnerships. And I'm thinking especially of Central and Eastern Europeans, of the so-called new member states, although they're not really new at this point. There's been maybe, because of nostalgic reasons, a form of reluctance in the French elite towards enlargement, and that has changed, clearly. I mean, when you look at now the impetus we're putting on enlargement for the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, tomorrow, it will take a long time, it's a long process, but we need to invest in these relationships and accompany them in the reforms that they will make. So, we need to hash out our projects, but let's not do it. The Franco-German partnership or motor, or however we call it, cannot be exclusive or at the expense of our relationships with other actors in the EU. And I think we've created also a lot of resentment all across Europe because of this. So we need to hear that.
You need to be inclusive. Thank you so much. I would like to turn to Pia now. Pia, you've listened to two impulses from parliamentarians. You are coming from the research perspective. If you had to give sort of a report card to the EU and to Germany in particular on the efforts being made in the past 20 months on security and defense cooperation, what would that report card look like?
Well, I thought about your question before, because I got it before, and then I said, I deeply feel uneasy with the, research gives the report card. Because I think we're in a situation where very difficult political situations are being made, and there's not the one scientific, it's not a natural law what to do. But I will try and not ditch your question, and maybe describe a bit where we are actually. And I think of the situation that we're in for European security, fittingly like a traffic light. And right now, all the lights are blinking in different intensities. I think there's a green light, sort of a good part, what we have achieved or are in the process of achieving. that we are seeing an increasing, I would say, congruence between what is our normative European order and what's the security architecture protecting it. That has to do with Finland becoming part of NATO, hopefully Sweden, joining Denmark, coming back to European defense. And I think it also, the way we discuss Ukraine's membership in the EU and in NATO, I think has changed significantly and has, we now have an idea that this is a geopolitical decision. I think that's on the good side. Then there's the big yellow zone on capabilities. And I think here we're in a situation, where we would say mind the gap between platform and train. And the platform is the ambition that we have written into every European document, I think most neatly in the strategic compass, where the European Union said quite simply in its members say we need to spend more money and we need to spend it better. I think we've been super good at spending more, 200 billion for the member states of the European Defence Agency, a real growth for 18 of the 25 members. But have we spent it better? Or how have we spent it? And Lars Klingbeil said it, I think, not clearly enough. No, we have not spent it better. What we have done with the additional money that we have spent in the past year, 100 billion, we have done what we always do when we feel insecure and when we have money to spend. We double down on our cooperation with the United States. Of the 100 billion we spent, 60 billion went to the United States in foreign military sales with US industry opening up factories in Europe. It's only 20% that we spend amongst ourselves. And the reason why I dwell on these numbers, although nobody falls in love with numbers, is that they're not an exception. They're indicative of what we have done since 2014, when we got the first wake-up call that maybe it would actually be a good decision to be prepared and to be prepared on our own. So I think the yellow light is blinking, and we can, whether that is an exception or a past dependency, that we come to sort of the red zone. So what's our long-term idea of how this is going to go? I think there are good reasons for doubling down on cooperating with the Americans. It's a way to keep the US in when we're not so sure. They have stuff off the shelf, it's very attractive. But what's our long-term idea for cooperating in Europe? And here we come to, I think, two things. And that's, do we have a conceptual idea? I'm actually, having a commissioner for defense or hearing Lars Klingbeil say we really need a security union, I thought that was quite heartening, but that's not the melody that comes out of this government. Now we're at the SPD now, but I think the government doesn't say it as clearly. And it's a question of money. So if we spend on the short term, most of the 100 billion special fund that we have extra on US kit or national kit, when are we going to spend for Europe? Which money? We don't increase the regular defense budget over the medium term. We have not sent a signal to Europe that we're in. And I stop here.
Wonderful. If you go a bit deeper into that conceptual idea, what you perceive as a conceptual idea, what would be your policy recommendation?
For the concept, you mean?
For the concept.
Look, I think we don't have... There's so much stuff that we have already written down, and let's just do it. We have identified what are military gaps that we need to fill. So one of the things that's not conceptual, but maybe it's a way to explain also to citizens what is it that we spent this money for. Explain this is something that we need. Okay, air defense is one way where the government is doing it, but there are others that we have identified long ago. And I think conceptually, I would love to see, a European defense investment program that maybe doesn't have 100 billion, but 400. Why not say the incentive to spend European needs to be way bigger than the incentive that we have to spend nationally? I know that's a very difficult political decision to take, and this money has to come from somewhere. There's no quick, easy win for that. But I think we have to, if we want to do something conceptually different, then we have to say, okay, the reason why we were not successful is that because we have national tendencies and we're daring to do them away. You have to be very courageous to do it, I think.
Thank you so much. We have a round of comments coming soon. I see already reactions to that, but before we do that, Michael, I would like to turn to you. We've talked a lot about what's happening in Europe, in Ukraine, but we want to widen the focus a bit, zoom out a bit. If you could update us on, so to say, the shifts that are happening in the US with regard to supporting the war in Ukraine, but also what that means if you look further east towards China, towards Asia. How do these shifts in the US influence, should they influence the debate in Europe? And how can Europe use these shifts in debates to position itself?
Thank you very much, Tina, and thank you to the Ebert Foundation for making space for an American voice, so to speak, on a European panel. I very much appreciate that. I think with regard to Ukraine, there's a lot of speculation involved, given the current political situation in the United States. I think we'll find ways to figure out Ukraine's support going through 2024, but it won't be easy. And I'd like to leave it at that, because otherwise it gets very technical and very speculative very quickly. I find the Indo-Pacific question that you asked very important, and I would like to address 2 points that I feel that are not sufficiently appreciated in some of the European conversations. First is something that I perceive of a one-dimensional perception of the US-China juxtaposition. And secondly, what I see as a lack of perception of demographic and socio-political transformations that we are undergoing in the United States that are both playing into this question. I'm going to make 3 very brief points, and they're going to be abbreviated and unduly simplistic because of the lack of time. It is not that the United States at present takes a decision in the Oval Office and say, China is really unnerving us, let's kind of make them a strategic competitor. This is even more demand-driven by our Asian partners than policy-driven from the United States. The problem is that the Pacific arena is a completely under-institutionalized region of the world. This is one of the reasons why the US military actively lobbied on Capitol Hill for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, for the free trade agreement, because there's a lack of institutions in the Pacific. And this is one of the reasons why we have 5 security alliances with partners. They're not happening because the United States goes to Indonesia, Singapore, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan and says, let's do another security alliance. This is because our Asian allies are standing in line in Washington and asking for security guarantees. This is also the development of the Quad, the big quadrilateral security alliance that includes India, Japan, Australia, can only be understood within that context. And then there are regional alliances that even, as I mentioned, include the Philippines, Vietnam, and Singapore. So these are not actors that willingly come to the United States and say, this is really great, we love the United States so much. This is a direct consequence of the militaristic Chinese regional policy. That's number one. Number 2 is we are economically integrated in the Pacific, which will be the Mediterranean of the 21st century, if I'm not entirely mistaken, that is often underestimated. California being the 5th largest economy in the world, 950 billion annual foreign direct investment from the United States in the region. 70% of our foreign students in the United States come from the Indo-Pacific region, so there's a future generation of people that will be developing that relationship. And then obviously the economic force field, because there are going to be 1.5 billion new middle-class members emerging in that region within the next generation. That's 3 times the population of Europe. That's the second factor that draws us into that region. The third factor is a massive demographic transition that we are undergoing in the United States. We are the 2nd largest Spanish-speaking country after Mexico, with 70 million Latinos. In 2060, there will be more Asian Americans than African Americans. If you look at the mathematical center of population in the United States over the last 20 years, we move from your perspective, from New England to the Southwest, 5 miles a day, which means we physically move away from Europe 20 meters every single day. And that demographic transition is reinforcing the Pacific integration of the United States because it is establishing an increasing, often overlooked, vertical integration of Canada, the United States, and Mexico, which is also moving us more towards the Pacific arena. We have $2 billion of daily trade between the United States and Mexico. So I'm just trying to kind of paint a picture of complexity, because I feel if you take seriously the notion that the transatlantic relationship should like survive the next 30 years, it somehow has to prove itself in the Pacific arena.
Thank you so much for those words. I'm sure there's going to be comments to that as well, and where that leaves the debate in Europe and cooperation in Europe. What I would like to do now is I would like to ask each one of you for a comment on the point that has been made before, maybe take one point out and either go into more depth or disagree, which would also be very interesting with it. And then secondly, I ask every panelist to ask a question to another panelist, so that I don't have to do all the work up here. I'd like to start out with Niels. Niels, from what you've heard, what would be the area where you would like to go into?
Well, I think in terms of conceptualizing European security in the future, we need to do some work, some homework. One is we need to understand that there will be more and more a division of labor between the US and Europeans on matters of European security, meaning more involvement, more commitment, more engagement by the European Union, not only for Europe itself, but also for stability and security in the immediate neighborhood of Europe, Africa, Middle East, post-Soviet space. And the second point, or you mentioned, or the question I should ask, naturally derives from this aspect. So I would like to ask Michael about what US policymakers expect Europe to do in the Indo-Pacific. Because we understand that division of labor also means that the US is leading the efforts in stabilizing the Indo-Pacific and in investing into security in the Indo-Pacific area. But at the same time, we feel that there are some expectations directed at us. What could Europe contribute?
Thank you so much. We're going to collect questions. So, Benjamin, would you like to go next?
First, I really want to bounce back on what Niels just said, because if we have a transatlantic conversation about burden sharing and division of labor, it needs to be a little more sophisticated than just say Europeans need to prove to Americans that they have clout and value added on the area of Americans' main priority and interest, which is the Indo-Pacific. We do have also strategic and economic interest in the Indo-Pacific, but there's a sense sometimes in the American debate that we do something, so all of our allies need to do the same thing. We're fighting terrorism in Afghanistan or Iraq, so all of the allies need to be on the ground with us. Then we shifted to Europe, then we're shifting to Asia. I think a more sophisticated conversation should be that we want Europeans to take care of themselves, of their own neighborhood, both stability on in North Africa, the Sahel, and of course in Eastern Europe, so we don't get dragged back into Europe as we shift and focus on the Indo-Pacific. And I don't know if we're really able to have that conversation. I don't even know if American strategists who care about the transatlantic relation can tell Europeans, we're moving away from Europe, you need to step up. We've heard this a bit, but I wish we had that conversation, because I do think from Ukraine to the question of migration coming from Africa and the central Mediterranean and other routes, we do have clearly shared vision and interest in Europe. When you look at the level of priorities that it represents to us compared to the US, I think that's something we should keep in mind. On PS point, I strongly agree on the capabilities. First, on just stepping up the overall level of ambition, and the ambition comes with putting more money and being maybe much more ambitious in terms of the numbers at the European and the national level. In France, we just passed the last defense budget bill. So over 10 years, between 2017 and 2027, we'll have doubled the defense budget. But we need to continue. I mean, clearly we'd lost a lot of resources and capabilities in the last 30 years. So it needs to be a long-term trend. And when it comes to acquiring capabilities from the US, just want to convey that message that I think it's completely understandable that Germany, as it's investing in modernizing its capabilities, would go directly to places where you have stuff on the shelves, whether it's F-35 or air defense. But I would just make 2 points. The first one is, let's really not replace the dependencies of yesterday with dependencies of tomorrow. If you look at air defense, that does mean that we'll be completely dependent on the US for cloud systems. So let's think also about, while we do this, and it's understandable in the short term that you need to acquire the capabilities, how do we, at the same time, also invest in long-term European innovation and development? And I think that's been lacking maybe in terms of priority, in terms of communication. In our sense, coming from Berlin, is invest in what's there now, but also help us develop the projects, the industrial project, the innovation of tomorrow, so we don't put ourselves in new forms of dependencies. And I think we should be able to do both at the same time. And maybe just a question, well, similar to Niels, to Michael, I mean, is it your sense that, coming back on my first point, that we should prove to Americans what we can do in the Indo-Pacific, or should we be better in a coordinated way with the US, focusing more on European security and letting the US progressively be able to shift its priority to the Indo-Pacific? Wouldn't that be, I think, a better sharing of the burden?
Thank you so much. And I think what you said before in having the 2 tracks, right? The long-term investment in cooperation and the short-term goes along with what Lars Klingbeil said this morning in his speech as well, that the one does not have to exclude the other. Michael, you're very popular with regard to questions. You're not going to get to make a comment later, but first I want to give the floor to Pia.
Well, maybe I skip the comment and go to a question, and one that's posed to Benjamin Haddad, and so Michael can gather all his thoughts. I would be interested in if you could expand a little on the French experience with reaching out to the Central Eastern Europeans. Because I think one of the things, so maybe I do make a comment now, I think it's actually good that in a way maybe we have lost a bit of the French-German reflex, in the sense that, it's only this relationship that is important for Europe, because clearly that doesn't reflect how complex Europe is, and it clearly doesn't reflect the ambition of some of our neighbors to the east. But then we tend to rely on the United States to still manage our intra-alliance differences and to the lack of trust that we have amongst ourselves. So what was the French takeaway from all the charm offensives that Macron did? Was it good that you did it on your own? Should you have done it within the Weimar Triangle? I would be interested in your view on that.
Thank you so much for this excellent question. But we first go to Michael. Michael, do you want to answer the 2 questions directly?
Absolutely, since this is a questionable form of popularity. But look, I think, Niels, with regard to your intervention, nobody is expecting the Europeans to develop the capability to project military force in the Indo-Pacific anytime soon. I think that's not the question either, right? Again, you can rest assured that the demand structure will draw us in the United States into that region sufficiently, but it is important on the back end that Europeans and Americans talk about that region and coordinate politically, right? I just want to remind you, the United States at the early 20th century did not have a single military base abroad, and thanks to 2 German-initiated wars, among other things, and then a need to take over the Asia-Pacific from the Brits after the Second World War, we have over 700 now. So kind of the United States has a tendency, because of its military capacity, its economic size, to get drawn and also sometimes insert itself into regions, for better or for worse. But I believe that, especially in the German case, the political coordination between the Chancellery and the White House, specifically with regard to China and India, is of paramount importance on our end, because Indians and Chinese talk different to your colleagues at the Chancellery than they talk to us. And I feel that Germany has a very, very important role to play, maybe with China even more importantly so than with regard to India. But India is also a matter of great concern to us. President Obama has made a massive political investment that, if we look honestly at it, hasn't really paid off if we see where Narendra Modi is going with his government. So I think that requires joint political and diplomatic efforts. And then the second point is, Asia-Pacific is an extremely complex region. That has semi-functional multilateral institutions like ASEAN and others, has a multiplicity of challenges from transmigratory movements, climate change, and so on and so forth. And Europeans are quintessential multilateralists. You do this every single day, as has been evidenced on all the panels that we've had here at this conference so far. So I think Europe is very well positioned to establish thought leadership when it comes to unpeel complex crisis scenarios of where conflicts, migratory movements, impacts of climate change, humanitarian issues, questions of development come all together. And I would say that is an important asset. And I completely agree with you. I said the transatlantic relationship has to prove itself, but this is only one component. The other component is that the United States and Europe figure out jointly under European leadership what to do with the Sahel and Northwest Africa. I think there's a broad consensus that by and large, sometime in the future, you guys will be responsible for the Levant, right? Because this is not really, as you can see by the surprise that shook us, is not really a huge priority of US policy anymore. We think, I think we have a collective understanding in Washington that you will pay for Ukraine reconstruction. So there is more than enough to do, but that should be transatlantic coordinated. Last point, and very importantly, I think to modernize the transatlantic relationship, the Europeans must recognize that the actors in the transatlantic arena, especially in the NGO space, are at least a generation and a half behind the demographic realities of the United States. The fact that you guys, with 2,000 EU diplomats in Washington, were so surprised about the Inflation Reduction Act always has to do with the fact that there's virtually no outreach to minorities, Latinos, African Americans, younger Americans. And if you go to transatlantic meetings in the traditional institutions in Washington, most people look like me, and that's not a good sign.
Thank you so much, Michael, for, again, provocative statements that probably our other panelists are going to pick up. I'm now going to ask Benjamin to answer the question on the French charm offensive when it comes to Middle and Eastern European countries.
Look, the bottom line is you cannot make a case for European sovereignty if you don't include the security interest and threat assessment of your partners in Northern and Eastern Europe. And that's something that we took too long to understand. And I think it's linked to the fact that there was really a missed rendezvous after the end of the Cold War between France and Central Europe and these new members. That, to speak bluntly, we thought was sort of stuck between Berlin and Moscow, and we have a relationship with Germany. We have a relationship tinted with romanticism with Russia. And we viewed enlargement, we supported it, of course, otherwise it wouldn't have happened, but we viewed it with a bit of skepticism because it could dilute the decision-making process of the EU, because it would bring countries that were maybe much more Atlanticist and attached to European identity. And I think all of this was wrong. I mean, you know, Milan Kundera died a few months ago. He was Franco-Czech, extraordinarily popular in France. And you know, he, I think, embodies the deep cultural and historical ties we have with this region that we've sort of forgotten, and we haven't invested enough in it. And clearly there's been, I think, a sense that we needed to invest more, both on the political level, strategic level, but also civil society, think tanks, diplomats, spending more time there. First time I went to some of these conferences, you know, the Warsaw Security Forum and others, I was working for American think tanks. And that was 9 years ago. I was the only French person there, and I was invited because I was representing an American think tank. Fortunately, that has changed. That has changed. Now, you asked me about the result. I think it's going to take time. I think we need to rebuild the confidence. We need to do it with you, by the way. These Weimar Triangle formats, I think, are quite successful. There was a good one at the Munich Security Conference a few months ago between the President, Chancellor, and Duda. But I do think that the Bratislava speech that the President gave at GlobeSec does signal a strong desire to engage the region. The fact that France has been supportive of enlargement, as well as Ukraine's integration into NATO in the long run, clearly is a shift. I think it comes from a very basic assessment, right? In Bucharest in 2008, France and Germany opposed giving MAP to Ukraine and Georgia because they thought, maybe legitimately so, that it would be a provocation to Russia. What are the two countries that were invaded afterwards by Russia? Ukraine and Georgia. Not inviting these countries into NATO was a provocation for Russia. It was seen as a green light for aggression. So, we need to draw the consequences of this, be more involved, be more engaged, and there's so much room, I think, to build security and defense partnerships with countries in Central Europe, and they're asking for it. I think we understand that, but it will be a long-term process.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. We've discussed a lot now. I think we've covered quite a bit of ground, but I think we also maybe have left out some of the debates. We've talked a bit about strategic autonomy, strategic sovereignty, what that means. Maybe one of you would like to go deeper into that, what the term is used in different contexts. Some say it's toxic, some say it's not realistic. What does it mean for you in realistic terms? That would be another follow-up question that I have. And I see Niels is grasping his microphone. Niels, please.
I think that so I think that it was very smart by President Macron to coin the term European sovereignty. But because for many years French governments have tried or had tried to sort of impose the notion of strategic autonomy. And this notion caused some skepticism, the least to say, among European partners for two reasons. One is it was exclusively understood in terms of military equipment, military capabilities. And secondly, more importantly, it was considered to be influenced by anti-American feelings, meaning that it was the idea of having a strong Europe completely independent from American influence. And European sovereignty is more comprehensive because it's not only about military capabilities, but about a stronger Europe in developing new technologies, in investing more in defense, but also in diplomacy, in regulating migration, and so on and so forth. And it's more open in terms of cooperation with the US and NATO. And so I always strongly advocated among my French friends to put more emphasis on the idea of European sovereignty, because it might sound a little bit abstract, and it has not really gained much support from many European quarters, but still I think it's the right conceptual framework for what we are about to do in the transatlantic partnership, but also within the European Union.
Thank you so much for that background and an explanation. Pia, I see you making notes. Would you like to come in on that?
Funnily enough, probably I'm one of the few think tankers who really doesn't enjoy all the conceptual debates all that much. I really enjoy counting stuff. But still, I think you're making a good point, is in that probably the EU sovereignty term reflects a reality that's not going to go away, and one that is good for us. NATO is reinvigorated. We can be thankful to this administration, for this US administration, for helping us out. But I think, sovereignty also, let's be clear about the ambition and not beat around the bush about stuff. So I think there are two things that are not as easy when we come to our relationship with the United States. The first is on, how do we define our interests? I like the coalition treaty because it says Germany is going to define its security interests in light of European interests. And that means, that we do probably have national interests, but that we weigh them. And that we think of ourselves always embedded in the European Union. Not the case for everyone else in Europe, and a precondition for making it work. And I think the second part that I really want to allude to is, look, of course we're going to be in NATO and we're going to depend on the United States, but for us to be sovereign, autonomous, there's a lot of stuff that we can do, but there's also stuff that the Americans have to do, and are we willing to take up the conversation about this with the Americans? Why is it necessary for the US to insist on participating in the European Defense Fund, for example? That's a tiny fraction of money. You make so much money anyway. But you still insist, that we are not, we should not buy only European capabilities. So I think for us to be autonomous or sovereign, it's like a child. The US also has to let go a bit of us. We're probably going to do stuff that you don't like. I'm looking at Michael, who doesn't look back at me because he's not the US administration. But I think there are a lot of uncomfortable debates to be had, and one of them is with the United States.
Thank you so much. I have 2 or 3 other questions I would like to ask, and then we do one last round where you can pick which one you want to answer to. The one thing we had also as a question at the beginning was the concrete expectations of Germany. And maybe both Benjamin and Michael can go into that a bit of what is expected of Germany when it comes to defense and security issues. The other question I have is that we debated a lot. We debated the US, we looked at Asia, we had a focus on dynamics within European and between member states. We haven't so much looked at the rest of the world. And I think if we had had this discussion a couple of years before the war in Ukraine, we would have talked about European crisis management. So what happens to European crisis management? What's the future of it, and what needs to change there? That would be another question that I have. And the last question, we've been talking a lot about threats that we are seeing. The strategic compass has had a big risk analysis on threats, but which ones are we not discussing at the moment? Where do we have blind spots that we shouldn't have and that we should actually engage with? So these are my questions. Who would like to start picking one of them? Benjamin?
Maybe a word on threats. I'm always surprised the way we draft these documents at the EU level, because we start with how we view the world and threats, and then we derive capabilities. I've always thought we should do the opposite, which is that first we should try to be strong and have capabilities to intervene and have as varied capabilities, to be resilient, to be able to respond to threats that we don't see coming. And sometimes they come together at the same time. That's the world that we're going to enter in the next few months might be extremely dangerous. I think the message that's being sent to a lot of autocrats is this is the moment to push your advantage. This is the moment at the Kosovo-Serbia border. This is the moment in Republika Srpska. This is the moment in the Armenia-Azerbaijan border. If you push now, if you do what you've been dreaming to do for decades, right now, no one might stop you. And so, I think instead of thinking what's the next thing we don't see, there's a lot of things we see. I think actually a lot of these wars and crises are fairly predictable. Ukraine started in 2014. I'm surprised that we had a debate for months about whether Russia was about to go to war when it had amassed 100,000 soldiers on the borders, and its leaders were drafting documents saying Ukraine does not exist, it's ours. It sends a pretty strong signal. And at the same time, sometimes there's a failure to imagine, a failure to even listen to what we're being told. And so I do think that just increasing the general level of capabilities is a priority. And that comes back to what strategic autonomy or sovereignty. I've never had a conceptual preference for the term, but it's really giving Europeans the capability to act, to defend themselves, to, if needed, protect their industry and develop their own defense projects. And I really want to echo the point that Pia made on the conversation we need to have with the United States. The European Defense Fund, for example, is about 1% of the US defense budget. And yes, there was incredible lobbying from both Republican and Democratic administrations to let US corporations get in. And I hear the argument about interoperability, but at the same time, if you do want Europeans to increase in the long run defense spending, that does mean that they will have to sacrifice spending somewhere else. That means that we need to show our populations that trickle downs in terms of investment, in terms of jobs, in terms of reindustrialization, and the United States needs to understand and support that. If Americans want us to increase defense spending, it will come with our own autonomous defense industry, and it will come with our own appreciation of crisis and priorities in terms of security interests.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Who would like to go next? Giving a minute, a short answer, maybe a minute and a half.
Maybe I just echo what Benjamin Haddad has said. I think, do we have blind spots? Probably. And I think it says something about our capacity to imagine situations in which more than one worst case scenario happens all at once. And I think getting a sense of how do we keep a 360-degree view as good as possible, but still dare to prioritize, because we will not be able, we will not have the means to engage everywhere, or we have to figure out, what's the best thing that we can do. So it's also about, I think, an investment in our diplomatic capacity, in our intelligence services that will keep us more safe than we are now. Because I think sort of what we have to buckle up for is that it's not going to come in sequence, and we will not have time to figure out what to do. And I think that also, ties in with your question on crisis management. There is no political appetite for crisis management, and most of all, for military crisis management. Our reaction then is to just say, well, it isn't happening and we're not looking anymore. And that's probably not good enough for the security environment that we're in. Just because there is no political appetite, we at least have to be able to follow developments and say, well, then what else is it that we can actually do?
So more strategic competence as well. Who would like to go next?
Just one quick point and one not so quick point. You're looking at me very strange. I think, Ben, I completely get what you're saying. Interoperability is still an issue, and I get why Europeans are not very happy about the Americans being so pushy. But if you talk to people in the Pentagon, their scenario is always the Libya intervention, right? Where very quickly the Italians and French ran out of laser-guided missiles. The US forces had tons of those things in Germany, and they wouldn't fit under the Mirage fighters. And so I think, especially looking at Ukraine, seeing how ammunitions intense that war is and how important it is to have some kinds of coordination of what you produce where, especially in military scenarios that are going to be increasingly complex, where you need to have a lot of assets and a lot of things of one thing and fewer things of the other thing to be able to coordinate between the United States and Europe. I think it's in the US interest and also in the EU interest, but that's just kind of a footnote. I think when you ask what is expected from Germany, I think do more of what you do. My feeling is, from what I hear from friends in the White House, that the relationship between the White House and the Chancellery is as close as it has never been before, including under Obama and Merkel, because there's a lot of trust. People have known each other for a long time, which also helps, and there's close coordination. But I feel that the United States is fairly active in sub-Saharan Africa, that there's also an expectation and I think a need from a European perspective to think about Northwest Africa. And I would just suggest that Europeans start to conceptualize the Mediterranean in a different way. Hegel, 150 years ago, almost 200 years ago, in his History of Philosophy, said it's the axis of civilization, and it connects the great European with the African continent. And I think you have to enter a conversation where it becomes clear that while the eastern border of Europe is being fought out in Ukraine right now, it is clear historically and also politically and sociologically that the southern border of Europe is not the Mediterranean but the Sahara. And think about the Mediterranean in a more comprehensive manner, bringing to bear the considerable assets that especially Germany has in the development field. The BMZ is thinking about that region and many other regions much more strategically than we do at USAID. So the Europeans have assets to bring to the table if you talk about security, not only in terms of military security, but in a broader human security and sustainable security context. And I would say that is a conversation that will be extremely helpful for us also to kind of internally diversify the debate a little bit away from aircraft carriers and air assets to a more comprehensive understanding, which also would bear fruits, I would assume, in the Indo-Pacific conversation.
Thank you so much, Michael. Niels, you've heard expectations formulated by Michael. Please, your final remarks.
Yeah, so I just want to state that I completely agree with Michael's last point about Africa. So yes, well, there are expectations that can only be met by Germany in concert with our European partners. That's the first point I would like to make. I see many, many countries outside of Europe which have very high expectations towards Germany, militarily, diplomatically, politically, economically, and also culturally. And to a vast extent, this can only be met with our European partners. And then there's a point I would like to make in this concluding remark about what we've overlooked and what we learned since Zeitenwende took place, and that is the importance of the Global South in multilateral institutions. So there were these famous votes in the UN General Assembly about condemning Russia's attack on Ukraine, and we saw which country voted against or for it. And to a certain extent, on a very different level, we see it now happening again when it comes to Hamas' heinous attack on Israel, with especially Muslim countries being very, very hesitant about condemning it, the least to say. And I think what really Olaf Scholz did very well was not only about proclaiming the 100 billion fund for the Bundeswehr, but was turning towards partners in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And I think this is key. We need to invest much more in our relationship with these countries. And with the help of Friedrich Ebert Foundation, we will do that. So thanks again for the invitation.
I think there's nothing to add to that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this panel. I think we've covered a lot of ground, far beyond defense issues. And we are now going to continue with the last point. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Pia. We are now going to continue. I know some of you might be hungry already, but we've got a last highlight for all of you. Und das ist, ich gehe wieder zurück zum Deutschen.
And with that, I switch to English, which is the assessment and the outlook 1 year after the so-called Zeitenwende. How can we keep on working with our chairman of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, Martin Schulz?
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank an alle Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer auf dem.
Thank you very much to all participants and the panelists on the different panels, and thank you very much to those who gave the keynote speeches, to those who provided the initial speeches before the panels. So I want to start with something that Lars Klingbeil mentioned in the beginning of his speech. Niels Schmidt also mentioned it in his last statement, and that is Israel.
Wir haben in den letzten Monaten
in the last over the last months, we saw images
von einer ziemlich extremen
of
Bewegung im eigenen Lande,
how a civil society has defended itself. I don't know any European country in which it would have been possible to have hundreds of thousands of people take to the streets every weekend in the capital in order to defend the values of the civil society. And that's exactly what happened in Israel over the last few years, every single weekend. And the people who took to the streets because of this idea were the same people, or the people who shared the same mindset as those who were at the music festival in the south of the country where Hamas slaughtered hundreds of people. So, on the one hand, you have a democracy that is trying to defend its values, and on the other hand, you have a fanatical dictatorship that murders people indiscriminately. So how can you hesitate in trying to figure out which side you stand on? I think we as Friedrich Ebert Foundation can say very clearly that not just because of our historical responsibility, of the historical responsibility of Germany, we stand for the right to exist of Israel, but we also stand on the side, at the side of democratic people that were murdered by fanatics.
Je länger ich zugehört habe,
the longer I listened, the more nervous I got during this discussion, because for many years I was the president of a European institution, so you might understand why. So almost everything that we've heard about Europe, so about our tasks, was somehow combined throughout the discussion, which begin with all of the things that Europe should do. So as Margaret said, this brings us very quickly to the national questions that are combined with it or that are connected to it. The European Union is not a sovereign state. It is no sovereign federal state. It is, as the German constitution said, is a union of states that is more than a loose union of states, but is less than a federal state. And within that union of states, the sovereign national states don't just formulate their demands, but also want to push for their demands. That is at least my experience. So for heads of governments in Brussels, the task is to try and find a balance between how you can find a balance between the interest of your country, of your sovereign country, and what we need to do as a union of states at European level. When I was still president of the European Parliament, I often told the heads of state and government as transformers. You probably have all seen that movie. But I always said, when you go into the plane in your member state, you're still the head on state of your countries. But then once you land in Brussels, you're now you're a European politician. And at one point, you need to decide what you want to be. So the European Union, and that brings me back to what I said, and it can be read in every single sentence, needs to cooperate with other states all over the world in order to have an impact in different issues, climate crisis, migrations, and so many other political areas, as well. And it should be able to speak with one voice as a coherent union. But it can't do that, because it is not what it is. It is not a federal state such as the United States of America. Let me be a bit more provocative. Imagine the US were governed by the 50 governors
Und nicht von einer
and not by a federal government in Washington, D.C.
dann wäre sie ähnlich
If that were the case, it would be similarly hindered in its power to act as the European Union. Tanja Fajon said one sentence that was extremely important,
zitiere dich wörtlich,
and I quote more or less, "Not the big Germany and not small Slovenia are able to tackle the challenges of the 21st century alone."
ja gut, wenn nicht das große Deutschland, das kleine
So not small Slovenia, but also not big Germany, well then who?
Europa.
The answer is Europe. No, the European Union, to be more precise. I agree.
Aber dann muss die Europäische Union auch
But then the European Union also needs to have the instruments that it needs in order to tackle these challenges. And this instrument can't be the European Council of Heads of State and Government, where at the end of the day,
wenn der sein Veto einlegt,
the Maltese Prime Minister exercises his veto, because then the train comes to an end, to a halt, to a standstill. I believe that strategic sovereignty requires the courage
in Europa zu sagen,
to tell all people in Europe that we will not be able to master the challenges of the 21st century with the means of a national state alone.
meine Erfahrung lehrt mich, dass
My experience has shown me that most people first say, well, then how will we be able to master these challenges? Make some concrete proposals. And then if you say, well, Europe, then the same people tell me, well, I don't really know.
das Europa,
And that is due to the fact that
die Europäische Union,
Europe, or the European Union and its institutions, is a bit alien to the people living in it. But if I had been on one of the panels, I would have made the following suggestion. I would have said that we need a new order of competence in Europe. The European Union should focus on these big challenges: climate change, financial flows, and questions of security. And it shouldn't focus on every single small rule of the single market, for instance, because with the latter, it really annoys people.
nervt sie.
It annoys people.
Eine Kompetenzordnung, in der wir den Mut
So we need
zu sagen, was sich in
an order of competence where we'd have the courage to say what hasn't proven successful in Brussels can be translated to the national level. It's something that can be solved
lehrt,
at regional level. I was once the mayor of a small province or municipality, so the closer a decision is made to the people, the higher there is their acceptance. And the further the path is, the lower this acceptance is. But only if there is common sense, for instance. Michael Wertz described this democratical process that has been happening for the last 30 or 40 years. Barack Obama, for instance,
bezeichnet hat.
defined himself as a Pacific
Amerika ihr Schwergewicht
president. So if the Americans now see their focus in the Pacific region and the Europeans need to take care of the defense or the security themselves, then the citizens will say, well, then of course the EU should do that, or then NATO together with the EU. If we see that the floods under which people suffer, not just here in Germany, but also in Slovenia, and if we see that these are the results of climate change, but if we're only able to implement all of the measures at global level and need the power of the single market in order to do that,
nicht auf unseren Markt.
because the single market could have said, of course, you can, you do deforestation, but you can't sell your wood in Europe. Then if you say all of these things, if you do all of these things, then you can also get the right support and the supporters on board. But that means that we need to streamline Europe. We need to have it be more focused, and we need to give Europe the instruments that it needs in order to implement these measures. I'm sure that we will be able to get the majority of people on board for all of this. We are a left organization, and left organizations have the habit, and in that they differ from right-wing organizations,
Punkt und Komma und bis zum letzten Detail
to want to debate and discuss everything up until the last detail, to have a really good concept at the end of this discussion.
Das hat die Rechte nicht. Die Rechte hat
The right-wing movements don't have that. They have shortened but emotionally charged messages. I can't recommend, or I don't want to recommend that left organizations copy that, but be that as a way, we need to emotionalize our battle for Europe. We mustn't exhaust ourselves in technical debates.
Zu dieser Emotionalität gehört eins dazu.
And that also means one thing. The first half of the 21st century, so the years 19 until 1950, are similar to what we are currently seeing in Ukraine.
Die Philosophie
the philosophy of suppression, of hatred, of intolerance, up to racism and exterminationalist fantasies, wanting to eradicate those who don't fit into your concept, is something that we saw in the first half of the 20th century. And these ideas had a hold over this continent, mostly with this city as a center. And the second half of that century was different. You can look at what happened between 1950 to 2000. This was the longest period of peace and prosperity in Europe. In all of its history that dates back thousands of years, I would recommend every person who defines him or herself as a left person to learn one thing by heart. The worst day of the second half of the 21st century was better than the best day of the first half of the 21st century. And those who want to destroy this achievement are wrong. This achievement is based on transnational cooperation of people and states, and this cooperation is better than the national isolation. And when I talk about cross-border cooperation, then I talk about not just crossing state borders or borders of state, but also cultural borders and language borders and barriers, religious barriers, social barriers. So overcoming what divides us. And we need to focus on what unites us, and we need to concretize or define more clearly what unites us. And that's exactly what Europe does. And currently, people in this globalized world want to tell us the complete opposite. There can't be a contradiction that would be greater. So trying to look for solutions for the 21st century in the philosophy of the 19th century, so the era of nation states, is wrong. Giorgia Meloni, she knows that this is wrong. So people know that this is wrong. Giorgia Meloni says that, or uses these arguments in her election campaign, and see Europe as a cash machine, as Katharina Barley said. That is wrong. The national state or nation states is a European invention. In our partner country, France, the idea of freedom was closely linked to the republican idea of national sovereignty. We can't do away with this idea, but telling people that Europe would get rid of nation states, that would be fatal. So the formulation should be, or the language should be, where nation states have no longer enough competence, Europe needs to come in. So Europe should be a kind of substitution or addition. It adds to your identity, to your own identity, in order to preserve that identity in the 21st century, because otherwise that identity will be taken over by others.
Meine Aufgabe war es am Ende dieser, wie ich finde, wirklich brillant.
This was a very brilliant round of discussions that we've had 1 year after the beginning of the Zeitenwende, and my task was to answer the question how things will continue to look like in the future in Europe. And I hope what I've just said answers that question. But a lot of what I said is also wishful thinking. But we shouldn't let people take our Europe away from us by renationalization, for instance. My friends have always told me, well, now you keep talking about, you have another area about, or like, ode for peace. But why peace? Why do you keep talking about peace, is what they ask me, because we have peace.
Sehen Sie es schon ein bisschen anders.
But now they start seeing things a bit differently. 2 or 3 years ago, when my friends came over to my small town, I had to tell my friends, well, why do we have peace? We have peace because we have the European Union. But now I think my friends back home have understood
Frieden
that peace can only be achieved and safeguarded in the long term if we talk to those who could be potentially your enemies, and if you create a union with them in which the priority is that we will never, or is to recognize that we will never be able to live without problems, but we can always decide on the fact that we will never try and solve these problems with violence, hence cross-national, cross-border cooperation. So if I should answer the question where this path is leading us, then I would say it's exactly in this direction where it should go. Last Sunday, we saw that there is a party which now has more than 15%, almost close to 20% of votes, and they want to go the other way. They want to get rid of the euro and they want to leave the European Union. These people, they are very cynical. They forget about history, and we need to fight against these people at national level, but globally as well. And I think that is the central task of the European left. And of course, in the forefront of all of this, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Many, many thanks. So many thanks, Martin Schulz, for those very clear and orienting words. And I can now speak the most suggestive words. We warmly welcome you to the buffet. Please step down here to the foyer, and we really look forward to the upcoming discussion. Wish you a nice day. Bye-bye.